Honey of Bhagavata. Bhagavata is the soul, goal, and target of the human achievement. One must become a Bhagavata or a devoted person in order to achieve the goal of the life. Indian Vedic tradition, Indian Puranic tradition, which had been developed over a period of times, is speaking about the glorious consciousness of the universal spirit, which is called as Purushottama and Narayana, Vasudeva and Vishnu. These are all simply adjectives, but not the cult deities which have been developed in the Neo-Puranic Hinduism from 14th century. This is speaking of a great, glorious and gorgeous tradition which will be sanctifying and purifying the human race. And that is why every human being must be aware of the blossoming up of Bhagavata in his own personality. A man must become a Bhagavata in order to become a Jnani, in order to have the monastic experience, and also in order to promote his own self and consciousness. This honey of Bhagavata is an attempt in order to bring to the public how one has to make his life divine. This is not simply a philosophical paradigm. Think and think about the glory of the God. Pray and pray about the glory of God. Praise and praise the glory of the God. Describe and describe the glory of the God. One day you can become the God. You are in the stage of a larva. You can become a butterfly. The one day of gestation is thinking about the God. You cannot see the God. You cannot understand the God. You cannot understand the Supreme Being. You cannot understand the Ishvara or Purushottama, how the words are many. But one can sing the glory of the God. It is the human achievement. It is the greatest human achievement. This particular Bhagavata is considered to be one of the three great epics in India. Bhagavata is considered to be one of the Puranas also. And Bhagavata is equal to Sushumna Nadi of the Yoga tradition. As Sushumna Nadi is the ultimate in the yogic elevation, Bhagavata is the only medium for having a yogic elevation in a regular way of life. It will prepare every individual to read the life of a Bhagavata, and in order to understand how to understand the supreme creation, the creator of the creation, and the something beyond the creation. There are three truths: the physical body which we are witnessing and enjoying, the self which we are claiming, and something beyond. Bhagavata is the only medium which will be trying to unify the body, self, and something beyond. The rest of the things are dealing with the body only. The entire human knowledge which we are inheriting, which we have inherited, and which we are enjoying, is only rallying around the physical body, pleasures, and also comforts. It is facing the suffering, which is the coercive effect of the cosmic radiation, but nothing more. But there is something beyond, what we call the sun, what we call the moon, what we call the star, what we call the five elements. There is something more. And what is that more? It is the supreme, it is the divine, it is the ultimate. Let us sing and enjoy the glory of the God. Let us drink and become empowered with the honey of Bhagavata. This is the purpose of this particular program. And Bhagavata is not simply belonging to one religion. It is belonging to all. It is the religion of the universe. No, something beyond. It's no religion at all. It speaks about the Tattva. It speaks about the Shastra. It speaks about the Itihasa. It speaks about the creation. It speaks about the Manvantara. It speaks about the God. It speaks about the illusion. So many things are spoken in Bhagavata. But they are all not organized in a particular pattern of a religion. It is something beyond than that. Words are insufficient in order to explain the greatness of Bhagavata. Bhagavata makes the persons to think more into the inner self. It is the medium for inner cultivation. Let us try to have Bhagavata. A cultivator will be generally sowing the seeds in the outside of the world. But the inner cultivator tries to integrate the body with the mind, mind with this energy, energy with the pranava, pranava with the vacuum. This is the advent of the Bhagavata. This is the inner travel of the Bhagavata. And the name of the God, the glory of the God, the vibhuti of the God, the divine gorgeousness of the God. When you go on singing and singing and singing, it will be making you to realize the greatness of the God. This is the effort made by Lord Vyasa, who is considered to be one of the incarnations of Narayana. There are 21 incarnations of Narayana according to one tradition. There are only 10 major incarnations of Narayana according to one tradition. Narayana is not a Hindu god. Narayana is not a god at all. Narayana is the Tattva. It is the Tattva of the pure knowledge. It is the Tattva of the pure devotion. A personalized devotion. A concentric devotion. An understandable devotion. An experienceable devotion, which cannot be defined as devotion at all. That a particular status can be achieved through Bhagavata. And with that particular same intention, in this month Margashira, Vedadri Brahmajnana Center of Pedakakani wants to bring out to the public connotation something about Bhagavata, to drink the honey of Bhagavata and to become very much inspired towards divine orientation. Human life is waning away. It has become a struggle between the self and the money. It has become a struggle between the self and the ego. It has become the struggle between the self and the society. It has become the struggle between the self and the suffocation. In such a situation, in order to transcend all these man-made imbalances, the only path is Bhagavata. Bhagavata is the path for self-recreation, self-understanding, self-analysis, self-criticism, and also self-realization. And that is why, with this great intention, Bhagavata is brought to your existence. Bhagavata is like Sushumna Nadi. There are three great nadis, Chandra, Surya, and Sushumna. These three nadis in the human body will activate the yogic elevation of the Kundalini force to the Brahmarandhra. Bhagavata is the catalyst in order to make the God immediately the Brahman. Brahman is literally meaning which bears the entire universe. It is the force, source, and something beyond the force and source, called to be Omkara, and something beyond Omkara. And it's all only not the simply the tenets which the Hindu religion, how the Western thinkers speak. It is something beyond than that. It is something beyond the religion. It is something beyond the religion scriptures. It is something beyond the religious practices. And let us try to enjoy this particular honey of Bhagavata. This was invented by Vyasa, who is considered to be one of the avatars of Lord Narayana. And he is directly related with the lineage of Vasishtha. Vyasam, Vasishtha Naptaram, Shukatatam, Taponidhim. He is Vande Parasharatmajam. He is the son of Parashara. He is the grandson of Suka, grandson of Shakti, great-grandson of Vasishtha, and the son of Suka. Bhagavata is said to be a discussion between Suka and King Parikshit of Hastinapura, belonging to Kuru lineage, the grandson of Arjuna and the son of Abhimanyu, and the great-grandson of Pandu. And he is related to Lord Krishna, who is said to be one of the great incarnations of Dwapara Yuga. And this is a path for realization. This is a path for spiritual elevation. This is a path for spiritual amalgamation. Let us not miss the opportunity. Let us try to drink the honey of Bhagavata. Let us try to unveil the secrets of Bhagavata. Bhagavata is the great source for the human treasure, human greatness, and human intellect, let us enjoy Bhagavata. Let us all welcome to the honey of Bhagavata. Antecedents of Bhagavata. Before going into the drinking of the honey of Bhagavata, it is very much essential to understand what is Bhagavata and what are the antecedents behind the writing of the Bhagavata Purana by Vedavyasa. According to one tradition that has been protected in Vatsya Purana, Bhagavata means understanding the truth which is cosmic and which is supreme and which is primordial, transcending all the qualities of Gayatri. Gayatri indicates the 23 evolutes which are indicative of the 5 motor organs, 5 sense organs, 5 elements, 5 fine elements, mind, intellect and ego. All these 23 are represented in Gayatri. When the cosmic truth is understood after crossing the 23 elements, then only one will be in a position to understand the supreme truth, and that supreme truth can be defined as Bhagavata. It has been told in one of the other traditions that Narayana has taken the form of Hamsa and he has told Navarada about the secrets of Bhagavata. It is one more identity. And thirdly, there is one more tradition which is specifically speaking that Parashara, the grandson of Vasishta and son of Shakti and the father of Vedavyasa, is one of the founders of the traditions of Bhagavata, and he had taught those things to Maitreya, and Maitreya in turn has taught them to Vidura. In that way, one can see a tradition from Parashara, Vidura, Maitreya and Vidura existing. And the most prominent text which has been written by Vedavyasa is considered to be at present more significant in the present era. Who is this Vedavyasa? Vedavyasa is the son of Parashara and Satyavati. Parashara is the grandson of Vasishta and he is the son of Shakti. Parashara married Satyavati. Satyavati was born in the incarnation of Indra. She was called as Vasavi. And they got a son who is called as Krishnadvaipayana also. And he is Vedavyasa. The story of Vedavyasa or the biography of Vedavyasa is very much intertwined with the Chandravamsha kings and the history of the Chandravamsha kings. Vedavyasa had written, first of all, he had understood the secrets of the universe, and he understood that in the oncoming ages, the Vedas cannot be totally understood by all the people, and that is why he has classified the Vedas into 4 varieties. One is called as Rigveda. Rigveda was taught to Paila. Another is Samaveda. It was taught to Jaimini. Another is Yajurveda. It was taught to Vaishampayana. Another is Atharvaveda. It was taught to Sumanta. Subsequently, he has written 18 Puranas. When he has written 18 Puranas, all those Puranas were taught to a person called as Ramaharshana, alias Ugrashravas. That Ugrashravas alias Ramaharshana is the father of Suta, who is the person to convey the themes of Bhagavata to all the sages, rishis in the Naimisha forest. And then, afterwards, Vedavyasa had written Mahabharata. It is called as Panchama Veda. It is called as Panchama Veda because it is admissible, accessible to the Shudras, women and other groups. The Vedas cannot be attained to the other people, and that is why, keeping that exigency, Vedavyasa had prepared that particular Mahabharata, and even then Vedavyasa is not totally satisfied. He felt that he is somewhat incomplete. He is imperfect. Imperfection is prevailing because he has not concentrated on Bhagavata. What is the significance of Bhagavata? Bhagavata is the foundation for devotional life. It is the foundation for integral vision. Even though a person is having the knowledge of the Vedas, Upanishads, and so many other things, if he is devoid of the knowledge of Vishnu, his knowledge is totally incomplete. In such a situation, the importance of Bhagavata has been very much visualized and realized. In such a situation, when Vedavyasa was in a confusion, Narada comes to him, and Narada wishes him and greets him. And after exchanging of some ideas, Narada will be saying, O sage Vedavyasa, you have written so many things, you have written so many books, you have written Puranas, you have classified Vedas, you have written Mahabharata, and therein you have incorporated Vishnu Sahasranama and also Bhagavad Gita. Even then it is incomplete, because it is not throwing the light on the cosmic truth which is behind the all-pervading Vishnu concept. That is the only foundation. One who thinks of the Vishnu, one who sings of Vishnu, one who performs penance in the name of Vishnu, one who hears to the singing of Vishnu, one who praises Lord Vishnu, he will be the ultimate phenomena. He will be reaching the ultimate phenomena. Bhagavata is the ultimate. So, that Bhagavata should be prescribed to you. So, he has identified Vedavyasa to write Bhagavata. Then Vedavyasa went to a particular place called as Shaya Prasa. Then he had concentrated on the Supreme Being, and he had received what was told to Narada by Narayana through Hamsavatara. That same theme has been taken over by Vedavyasa in this particular generation, and he has created that particular fund of knowledge called as Bhagavata. Then that Bhagavata was learnt to Suka. Suka is the son of Vedavyasa. Suka is considered to be always in the state of Nirvikalpa. He is supra-transcendental. He is not at all attached to anything. So he is having such a detached state, a natural state of detachment, which is not achieved by any effort or any penance or any sacrifice or any meditation. That is the state of Suka. This particular Bhagavata was taught to Suka, and Suka in turn had taught to Parikshit. What happened to Parikshit? Why Parikshit was to be taught by Suka about Bhagavata? That is another question in understanding the antecedents. Parikshit is the son of Abhimanyu and the grandson of Arjuna. When Ashwathama had killed all the Upapandavas, Ashwathama was subjected to more torture by Arjuna. By that time, he wanted to destroy all the lineage of the Pandavas. He had applied a particular weapon called Brahmachiro Namakastra, and which was warded off by Lord Krishna through Arjuna. Then subsequently, that Parikshit was also attacked by the Brahmachiro Namakastra. Then he was totally protected by Vishnu, and subsequently he was named as Vishnu Rata. He was subsequently identified by most of the people as Parikshit. When Lord Krishna left the Incarnation and went to the heavens, Yudhishthira or Dharmaraja, along with all his parentage and lineage, he had left the kingdom. He gave it to Parikshit and went away. Parikshit had succumbed to force the impact of Kali, and he had protected the Dharma Devata and Bhudevata. In such a situation, that particular Parikshit once goes to the ashram of Shamika, wherein Shamika is in a penance. He is in a samadhi state. The king is in a thirst. He wanted to have some water. Shamika could not give. In such a situation, Shamika was placed a dead snake by Parikshit. As a result, his son Shrungi has cursed Parikshit that he will be dying within 7 days. After knowing that particular condition, Parikshit was after the understanding of the moksha or the path for salvation. In such a situation, when he has given his kingdom to Janamejaya and came for the forefront of the death, by that time Suka approached him and he had taught the secrets of Mahabhagavata. Thus, Mahabhagavata is having some connections with Mahabharata also. And Mahabhagavata is the treasure trove for devotion. And it is the only source and force for the promotion of devotion and integral vision in Kali age. These antecedents must be borne in mind before going into the details of the incarnations of Narayana. Shuka Yogi pronounces. When Shuka Yogi approaches Parikshit, who is awaiting the death within 7 days, due to the bite of the great snake of Daksha, due to the curse of Shrungi, the son of Shamika, immediately Parikshit falls on the feet of Shuka Yogi and requests him for indicating the means of liberation and total salvation. Then Shuka says, "Oh dear Rocking, we have put me a very good question. Most of the people are spending their day and night in the secular practices and colloquialism, and they are subjected to sensual pleasure, and they are not forgetting anything about the God, about the Supreme, about the universal soul, and it is only one thing that is there, which is called as Bhagavata. It will be providing so many things who are in search of the liberation. Bhagavata promotes submission to Vishnu. It assures liberation. It removes the fear of rebirth. This Bhagavata has been learnt by me from my father Vedavyasa. It was taught to Narada by Narayana in the form of Hamsa. Sarveshwara speaks of the same to Brahma in Brahmakalpa as Mahabhagavata. This is the secret of the secrets of the cosmic soul and the universal self. I want to reveal that particular thing to you in order to achieve a liberation. Do you know, formerly there was a king by name Khatwanga. He wanted to have the liberation within 5 hours. It was possible for him only by submission to Lord Vishnu and chanting the name of Lord Vishnu and thinking of the Tattva of Lord Vishnu. It is the only path and the path. And I will also suggest the same, which is suggested in the Vedas for the promotion in an evolutionary status and also instantaneous status. One has to chant Omkara and hold the air and concentrate on the image of Vishnu, the Supreme. Holding it is possible only through pranayama. One has to perform pranayama and take the breath. The person in search of liberation must tune his mind with the cosmic image of Vishnu, which can be physically scaled from the feet to the head. The entire human body is nothing but the representation of the Lord Vishnu. From feet, it is Patala. From head, it is Satyaloka. To that extent, you can have an extension of the 14 lokas within this physical body. One must have harmony with the glory of Vishnu, the all-pervading. That Vishnu is also known as Narayana and Vasudeva. It is the ultimate thing which will be removing the ignorance. One must be warding off one's own ignorance. So one has to imagine, tune, harmonize and synchronize with the formless form of Vishnu, leading to a perfect, static, devotional harmony. This perfect, static, devotional harmony is the only path which will be leading a person in order to achieve the Supreme, who is called as Chit, Achit, Adya and Avyaya. Chit means dynamic, Achit means static, Avyaya means without any decay. He is Adya means primordial. That primordial, decayless, static and dynamic force is Lord Vishnu. Supreme Brahman, the infinite self, is the absolute. And his absoluteness is such that the time, the deities, the gods, the demigods, the qualities, the Mahat, ego cannot dominate him. He can be understood only through the elevation of the self. One must withdraw the self from the physical body, and it must be done in a particular process wherein he has to raise his level of consciousness from the anus to the genitals, from the genitals to the navel, from the navel to the heart, heart to the throat pit to the eyebrow center, and then to the forehead, and then to the cerebrum cerebellum. Then only one can follow the method. Afterwards, he has to follow the Sushumna Nadi, and he has to take to a transcendental path. The transcendental path is both astral and celestial bodies also. One has to cross the celestial bodies called as Dvadashanga, and he must enter into the nucleic hole, which is called as the Paramanu Bhava of the Lord Vishnu, wherein the universe is the output of that absolute nucleus through Mahat. This Mahat is leading to Ahankara. Ahankara is created into three qualities. One is called as Sattva, another is called as Raja, another is called as Tama. The Sattva, Raja and Tama are three qualities which are imbibed in the Ahankara. As a result, the Ahankara will be functioning as Sattvika Ahankara, Rajasika Ahankara and Tamasika Ahankara. Sattvika Ahankara makes a person very much enlightened. Rajasika Ahankara makes a person very much active. And Tamasika Ahankara makes the person inert and dull. So, from that Ahankara, the five elements have taken birth. They are called as Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha. Shabda is the sound, Sparsha is the touch, Rupa is the form, Ruchi is the taste, Gandha is the smell. From these particular five, from sound evolved the sky, from touch evolved the air, from form evolved the fire, from taste evolved the water, from smell evolved the earth. All these five elements are there. These five elements must be actively synchronized in order to understand the cosmic form of Lord Vishnu. It is invisible, but it is all pervading. It is the supreme, and that is why it is called as Vishnu. It is the path for the true knowledge. That is why it is called as Narayana. Nara means knowledge, Ayana means travel. It is the journey of consciousness, of the travel, or the travel of consciousness for the perfect knowledge from the imperfect knowledge. All the elements which are visible, all the five elements with which the human body is made, all the senses with which the human body is functioning, they are all totally leading to particular ignorance only. As long as the ignorance is prevailing, one cannot understand the supremacy of the ultimate truth. That is why there is only one method. One has to integrate. The earth element must be integrated in the water element. Water element must be integrated in the fire element. Fire element must be integrated in the air element. Air element must be integrated in the sky element. Sky element must be integrated in the Ahankara. Ahankara must be integrated in the Mahat. After crossing that particular Mahat only, one will be finding out a path for liberation. It leads him to an amalgamation with Vasudeva Brahma. The Vedas are there, which are very much describing two paths. One is called as evolutionary liberation. It is called as Karma Mukti. And another is instant liberation, Sadhya Mukti. It is possible only with the devotional submission to Lord Vishnu. What we have to do? We have to think of the glory of Lord Vishnu. We have to pervade about the tattva of Lord Vishnu. We have to serve Lord Vishnu. We have to associate with the devotees of Lord Vishnu. And we have to surrender himself to Lord Vishnu. There are only two methods. One is called as Pranipata and another is called as Pranidhana. Pranipata is the physical submission to the supremacy of the Lord, who is the absolute, who is the beyond the time, who is beyond the gods, who is beyond the demigods, and who is beyond all the elements and their primordial status. One has to go to the nucleic identity. He must be always thinking about that particular nucleic identity. Then only he cannot be in tune with the cosmic supremacy. That cosmic equilibrium must be established. There must be a cosmic harmony with the element of Vishnu. Vishnu is not simply a physical form. He is a cosmic form. He is not having any physical form for that purpose. He is all pervading. From the nucleic whole to the visible self, it is the vibhuti of Lord Vishnu, and it is the knowledge of Lord Narayana. It is the impact of Lord Vasudeva that is all prevailing. And that is why it has been told in most of the texts that there is no God who is other than Keshava, Nadevam Keshavar Param. This entire world is full of Vishnu, Jagat Vishnumayam Akhilam. One has to conquer the Pundarikaksha, Jitamte Pundarikaksha. Let the auspiciousness be prevailing to Madhusudana, Mangalam Madhusudana. This is the only method which must be followed by anybody in order to achieve instantaneous liberation. It is assuring a person the fear from the rebirth, and he will be removing the fear from the rebirth, and he cannot have the rebirth at all. O Lord Parikshit, you just try to understand the glory of Narayana, hear to the glory of Narayana, and have the impact of Narayana on yourself. You harmonize himself, synchronize himself, and you will be benefited through the Bhagavata. Devotion, the ultimate path. Suka, the great sage in Nirvikalpa state, addressed Parikshit, who is also known as Vishnuratha, the grandson of Arjuna and son of Abhimanyu and nephew of Lord Krishna. Dear Parikshit, be blessed by the grace of Narayana. The only path for the realization is the devotion. Bhagavata is the experience through the devotion. It is the devotion to Narayana or Hari or Vasudeva makes a person to perceive, to conceive, to realize and experience the ultimate. Generally, it is not possible to one and all. But yourself, being the nephew of Lord Krishna, you are the blessed, and it had made you very much qualified to hear the greatness of Bhagavata, the secret of the secrets, and the metaphysics of the ultimate. Devotion is the only path to realize the secrets mentioned in Bhagavata Katha Prapancha, the world of the stories of Bhagavatas. It is a great tradition. Once Brahman has narrated that tradition to Narada. I will now identify that particular tradition and express you according to that version. Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanat Kumara, Sanat Sujata, Narada, Rudra, Prahalada, Swayambhava Manu, his wife Shatarupa, their children Priyavrata, Uttanapada, Barhi, Rubhu, Anga, Dhruva, Gadhi, Gayasura, Ikshvaku, Dilipa, Mandhata, Bhishma, Shuka, Yayati, Sagara, Raghu, Muchukunda, Ila, Rantideva, Uddhava, Saraswata, Udanka, Bhurishena, Shrutadeva, Anjaneya, Chatadhanva, Pippala, Bali, Vibhishana, Shibi, Partha, Vidura, Ambarisha, Parashara, Alarka, Saubhari, Devala, Abhimanyu are all belonging to that category of the devotees. You yourself being the son of Abhimanyu and grandson of Arjuna, you have acquired the qualifications to know the secrets of the devotees, the secrets of the Bhagavata, those who are fasting, committing to vratas, purification, good character, performance of sacrifice, worshipping the fire in all the sanjhas, the morning, the noon and the dusk, the japa, the donations and the knowledge of Vedas, never assure you the perception of the mind, which makes a person very much liberated from the bondage of the birth and death cycle. It is found that many people will be worshipping different gods. Even though they have tried to worship the gods, they cannot understand that it is the ultimate. Those who wish divine glow worship Brahman. Those who want to have sensory energy, they worship Indra. Those who want children, they worship the Prajapatis like Daksha. Those who want food will worship Aditi. Those who want to go for heaven will worship the Adityas. Those who want to have kingdom will be worshipping the Vishwadevatas. Those who want to have an extension of the kingdom will be worshipping the Sadhyas. Those who want wealth, they will be worshipping Durgi. Those who want Tejas, they will be worshipping the fire. Those who want gold, worship the Vasu. Those who want the Virya, they worship the Rudra. Those who want longevity will worship the Ashwani Devatas. Those who want well-being, they worship the earth. Those who want the fame, they worship the sky and the earth. Those who want the beauty, they worship the Gandharvas. Those who want to have the dalliance of the women, they worship Urvashi. Those who want to have all over supremacy, they worship the Brahman. Those who want the name and fame, they will be performing sacrifices. Those who want to have the accumulation of money, they will be worshipping Prachetasa. Those who want to have education, they will be worshipping Shankara. For family life, they will be worshipping Uma. For having dharma and artha, they will be worshipping the Vishnu. For having children, they will be worshipping the ancestors. And for protection, they will be worshipping the Yakshas. For strength, they will be worshipping the Maruts. For dharma and artha, they will be worshipping Vishnu. For children, they will be worshipping the ancestors. For protection, they will be worshipping the Yakshas. For strength, they will be worshipping the Maruts. And for kingship, they will be worshipping the Manus. O Parikshit, mind that these are all not at all useful, because these are all very much related with the secular way of life. They cannot have the total perception, and that is why only the wise can understand that the supreme primordial force must be attained through the absolute aphorismic affiliation to the force and source of force, which is beyond time and elements of the elements and the cycle of creation. Those who are after the family, women and children and wealth cannot come out of the noose and cannot have liberation. Dear Parikshit, you hear me, that those people who are very much devoted, they are left out by the death. Death cannot conquer them, because they have understood the secrets of the nature, secrets of the creation, and which is the supreme knowledge that is bestowed with Narayana. Devotion is not simply for the namesake. Those who think of Vishnu, those who chant the name of Vishnu, those who hear the name of Vishnu, those who associate themselves with the Vishnu, and those who integrate ultimately are the true devotees. One must have such a devotion that eschews perception. A perception of what? A perception of discriminating the earthly elements, a perception of discriminating the celestial elements. There is a discrimination which is said to be somewhat moksha in the Purusharthas. One must be away from the Purusharthas. He must not care for dharma, he must not care for artha, he must not care for kama, he must not care for moksha. It is the true perception. That particular perception will be promoting a scope for having a true understanding of the Supreme. Then only one will be having a total realization, a scope for total realization. That total realization is possible only through the pranidhana and pranipata. This particular pranipata makes you to sing the glory of Lord Vishnu or Narayana or Vasudeva. The name is not important here. You must understand that Vishnu is the formless, and he is the universal image, and he is the universal force. And that particular universal force which is beyond the scale of the time and space, it should be properly understood. It should be praised. The glow of the universe should be understood by everybody. Then only he can become a true devotee. He can understand the ultimate. That particular supreme identity is very much essential to know the secrets of the nature. Otherwise, you can simply hear what I say, but you cannot realize what the ultimate devotion is. The ultimate devotion is that which will be making a person to be integrated with the supremacy of the Lord Vishnu or Narayana or Vasudeva. It is the ultimate. And the Bhagavata is the only source and force which is narrating the glow of the ultimate force, the vibhuti of the ultimate force. You must understand that being the illustrious successor in the lineage of the Pandu kings, you are the qualified person, and I don't want to hide anything from yourself. I want to reveal what all I had learnt from my father Vedavyasa, and also I will assure you that you can be having a path for having an ultimate realization of the Vishnu Tattva. That particular Vishnu Tattva is simply the Bhagavata Tattva also. It is standing for devotion, it is standing for true knowledge, it is standing for detachment, it is standing for understanding the Tattva, it is also standing for liberation. And that particular true knowledge should be provided to you because you are the blessed one. And it is my mundane duty in order to provide you that particular idea to you. So, understand that devotion is the ultimate path, and you have to understand the secrets of Narayana, the stories of Narayana. the incarnations of Narayana. They are all the illustrious observations of the expansion of the supreme glory. And then only you can have a total understanding of what is called as devotion. And you will be inquiring into the secrets of the nature, secrets of the creator and the creation also. They are all very much helpful to you in order to cross the illusion and in order to have a monastic experience, in order to cross the experience of the experiences and also transcend to the ultimate. That is what you need now. It is the instantaneous liberation. That instantaneous liberation is very much useful to you, and you will be provided with the material which is very much essential for your instantaneous liberation. Be assured, don't worry, death is not for you. Death is only for the body. You are the ultimate, you are the absolute, you are the representative of Lord Vishnu, and don't think otherwise. You will be assured of the Supreme. That Supreme Self will be protecting you. Be blessed by Narayana. Be blessed by Narayana. Be blessed by Narayana. The Creator. Parikshit has questioned Suka. O sage, you are the crest jewel among all the devotees and are always found in the Nirvikalpa state. You cannot stand in the householdings of the ordinary householders, not more than the time of milking the cow. But by the grace of the Supreme, you have come to me to get liberated. Even though I am cursed and awaiting the death within 7 days, by the bite of Daksha, the great king of the snakes, I have kept all my senses under control, and I am perspicacious enough to concentrate on the Supreme Self. I want to know the secrets of the Creator and creation before the glorifying stories of the incarnations of Narayana. Be kind enough to provide me a profuse knowledge of the Creator and creation. It is very much essential for a devotee to have an integral vision and knowledge of the Creator and creation. On hearing the question of Parikshit, Suka Yogi offered his salutations to all the gurus in search of the philosophy, ontology, and the true knowledge. They are all the amalgamating with the primordial source and force, and with their kind blessings, resolved to explain the pros and cons. O Parikshit, in an antique zone of time scale, Narada got a doubt about the Creator. Then the Creator himself clarified with what he had been counselled by the Supreme Narayana. I shall like to present the essence of their discussion. Once Narada approached Brahma and told, "You are the head of all the gods, you are the Creator, all the Vedas are in you and with you. I have a genuine doubt that who is bestowing the power to create to you? Who is he? Can he be seen and visualized? Everybody thinks that you are the Creator, but I can understand that there is something more than your physical manifestation. Even though you are understood to be the source and force of creation, why you are creating? What is the purpose behind the stupendous creation of the universe? Is there an overlord? Kindly explain me how he creates and what is the process of creation, survival and dissolution. I am requesting to let the others to know. It's not simply for my purpose." Then Brahma says, "Narada, there are many rishis and sages. They do not inquire into the secrets of the overlord. Am I able enough to design and execute the stupendous plan of this creation of universe without his orders? I pray that Ishvara, who is illuminant and whose luminance transcends even that of the sun, moon, and other celestial bodies like galaxies. I understand that many people think me as the Creator due to the illusion of that supreme force behind everything. Once I got this doubt and then was in search of the efficient cause behind my activity. Even though I was said to be endowed with Vedas and yoga, I do not know where from I have emerged. That is the degree of ignorance. It also makes me to be subjected to three gunas. By that time, I was in search of the primordial truth. I have heard the word tapa. Then I had understood that I have to do tapa. Tapa is the form of Narayana. Tapa is the form of the Supreme Lord. I have performed tapas, targeting that primordial, supreme, unmanifest force and the source of force to bless me and clarify my doubts. He is the omnipresent Paramatma. Then I could understand that what he is. He is called Vasudeva. Vasudeva is a composition of elements which form the mass for the creation, the actions which result in the birth, the time which suppresses the actions, the character which in turn can control the time, and the finite self which is claiming the authorship over everything. There is nothing other than Narayana and Vasudeva. Narada, I am creating, being catalyzed by the supreme surrounding force of Narayana. Let me explain who this Narayana is. The supreme self is called Paramatma or Ashraya. Ashraya literally means abode. It is called as Ashraya or abode because it is the source for the creation, survival and dissolution. It is the pre-manifest state of everything. The omnipresent, who is shining without the limitations of the time, space and place, is called as Parabrahma. It is beyond the self, Adhyatma, beyond the time, Adhidaivika, and beyond the matter, Adhibhautika, which is inherent in the ball-like shapes of I, is called Adhyatma. The seer and the finite self is Adhidaivika, who is perceivable as the self and time. He is one who is beyond the matter, Adhibhautika. It is a composition of the vision, viewer, and visible. They three function together. One who understands the trio as an integral unit is called Paramatma. Paramatma literally means Supreme Self. He is beyond the finite identities of the self. He has first created waters. Waters are the most purifying aspects in the universe. It is the primary creation. The waters cannot be understood with the waters which are understood as the elements. He had slept in those waters, and that is why he is called as Narayana. It has been told classically, Apo Nara iti prokta, Apo vai narasunavaha, Tayadasyayanam purvam, Tena Narayana smrtaha. Apa means water. And who is the son of the Nara or the supreme being, and who is traveling in this particular Nara or Nara is called as Narayana. This classical adage gives him the name Narayana. He is the primary manifestation before the self, time and matter. The material cause, the efficient cause and the immediate cause function according to his initiative. The time which is called as Kala, Kashtha, Nimesha, etc. are all under his control. The characters of a finite self, like knowledge, and the performer of actions, always function to realize the will of Narayana. He is having a divine cosmic image, and from that manifestation, characterized by self, time, and mass, have come into existence. Self is the Atma, time is the Daivika, mass is the Bhautika. I am only instrumental in this creation. It is very difficult to know about the inherent philosophy of Narayana. He is the supreme truth. He is the ultimate truth. He is not simply a cult deity. He is beyond all types of manifestations and synthesis. He is beyond the reach of all the logic. And he is beyond the reach of all the senses. And he is totally transcendental metaphysical and ontological. He is the Supreme Lord. He will be manifesting occasionally for the benefit of the mankind. Why Narayana takes a form is not known to us. It is simply understood as His grace or His Leela. All the incarnations of Narayana are the glory of that particular Narayana. Such incarnations of Narayana are very many, infinite. Only a few can be counted, and some of them can be zoomed and more glorified by the finite identities of all the living beings. He has revealed me the Bhagavata with 10 features. The entire creation is controlled by that force who is at the helm of affairs. I am undertaking the stupendous project of creating the universe and all the components only with His grace. Being all pervading, He is called Sri Mahavishnu. From the pelvic to the above, there are 7 lokas, which are called the upper limbs of Mahavishnu. From the pelvic to the feet are the 7 lokas, which are the lower limbs of Mahavishnu. Earth is the pelvic, navel is Bhavaha, heart is Suvaha, chest is Maha, neck is Jana, breasts are Tapas, head is Satyaloka, subpelvic region is Atala, thighs are Vitala, knees are Sutala, calf muscles are Talatala, gulfa is Mahatala, head of the feet is Rasatala, bottom is Patala. This is one version of His imagery. From His feet is born the Shudras, from the thighs the Vaishyas, from the hands the Kshatriyas, from the head the Brahmanas have taken birth. This is the imagery with which we have to understand the nature and scope of Narayana. The creation. Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu, has asked Suka yogi to detail the process of creation. Then Suka has given a detailed narrative of creation, how it has been told to Brahma after satisfying the supreme primordial force called Narayana. The details of the creation are very much found in Bhagavata. Bhagavata is establishing a spiritual tradition from Sankarshana, extended to Sanat Kumara and Sanat Sujata, and then it has been told to Parashara. From Parashara it has come to Brihaspati. From Brihaspati it has come to Maitreya. From Maitreya it has come to Vidura. Thus, Bhagavata is directly speaking a tradition, a spiritual tradition, which is related with the stories of Narayana and also the entire creation from the primordial source itself. This Bhagavata is having 10 features. The first one is called as Sarga. Sarga is the primary creation of Mahat, ego, 5 fine elements and 5 elements. Next one is Visarga. This is creation of stupendous creation of Brahma, the four-headed. Third one is Thana, protecting the created. Fourth one is Poshana. This is uplifting the devotees. Fifth one is Nutulu. They mean the imprints are the dispositions. The sixth one is Manvantara. It describes the glory of the great people called the Manus. The seventh one is Ishano stories. It is detailing the biography of the incarnations of Ishana. And eighth one is Nirodha. That is the withdrawal of the activity of all the bhutas in the Yoga Nidra. The ninth one is Mukti. It is attaining the Sarupya form or identical form. The 10th one is Ashraya. It is the unmanifest state of creation, survival and dissolution. These 10 are quite different from the 5 features of the Puranas. Sargascha, Pradisargascha, Vamsham, Manvantaranicha, Vamshanucharitanchaiva, Puranam Panchalakshanam. These are specifically told only to Bhagavata. This description of the creation is also told to by Vishnu to Brahma. According to the description provided by Lord Vishnu, there is only one primordial unit before the creation. That primordial unit is devoid of all the actions. He is second to none, because the macrocosmic, microcosmic and causal nature are all within the unmanifest whole. There is none to second to him. The self-transformed creation is nothing but the form of him. It clearly indicates that the creation is not different from the creator. The creator, who is called as Narayana, Vasudeva, can be traced through understanding the process of creation. The process of creation and the style and mode of creation is not known either to Brahma or great seers like Vamadeva. The primordial unit is called Adipurusha. From him generated the time and nature. From time and nature evolved the gross nature. It gave rise to Mahat. From Mahat came Ahankara. Ahankara is of three types. One is called as Sattvika Ahankara. It means sublime egotism. Rajasika Ahankara, active egotism. Tamasika Ahankara, inert egotism. Sattvika Ahankara gave rise to the gods in charge of senses and potentials. From Rajasa Ahankara evolved the senses. From the Tamasika Ahankara evolved the five fine elements or Tanmatras, namely sound, touch, form, taste and smell. The fine elements gave rise to sky, air, fire, water and earth. From them are created the sense organs, namely skins, ears, eyes, tongue and nose. The motor organs of mouth, hands, legs, genitals and anals and manas are also created. Their integral form gave rise to Virat Purusha. From Virat Purusha evolved self-luminant Swarat. From Swarat has born the static and dynamic universe with moving and non-moving forms. In the Jagat, Vishnu got created with Sattva, Brahma with Rajas quality and Rudra with Tamas quality. It is identified very clearly in Bhagavata how different Prajapatis have been born and how different units of creation have been born from the body of Brahman. From thumb of Brahma born Daksha, from thighs born Narada, from navel born Pulaha, from ears born Pulascha, from skin born Bhrugu, from hands born Kratu, from face born Angirasa, from prana Vasishtha, from manas born Marichi, from eyes Atri has taken birth, from right breast Dharma has taken birth, from back the death and adharma have taken birth, from self the desire have taken birth. From the eyebrows, the anger has taken birth. From the lower lip, the greed has taken birth. From face, Saraswati has taken birth. From genitals, the oceans have taken birth. From excretory air, the Niruti is taken birth. From shadow are born Kardama, the husband of Devahuti. In this process evolved Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatkumara, and Sanatsujata. The dwellers of heaven called Indra, Agni, Yama, Varuna. The birds like eagle. The rulers like Swayambhuva and Mandhata. The rulers of Talaraloka like Ananta and Vasuki and others are created. The other divine and semi-divine groups like Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Sadhyas, Rakshasas, Yakshas, Uragas and Nagas are created. All the Rikshus and Pitrudevatas are also created in this particular method. This is followed by Daitya, Danava, Bhuta, Preta, Pishacha, Kushmanda and animals. This is also called as Mahattattva Srishti. The second one is Andasamsthita. It is gestation in the form of an egg. The third one is elements. In this one can see the Narayana and his incarnations. Sarga is very detailedly described in this particular method. Sarga or primary creation is having stages. Mahat is the first stage. Therein three qualities are born. Ahankara is the second stage, giving rise to fine elements and fine elements is third stage. Creation of sense organs and motor organs is the fourth stage. The products of Sattvika Ahankara are the fifth one. It is psychic in force. The inert is the sixth one. The six are called Prakruta Sarga or primary creations. From the seventh onwards we can see the Vaikruta or evolutes. The seventh one is the evolutes of Pana. The eighth one is of animals. The ninth one is human beings. After these 9 ones, we can see Devasarga. Devasarga is of 8 varieties. Of the Devasarga, Vibudha, Pitru and Sura are 3 varieties. Gandharva and Apsaras are 1 variety. Yaksha and Rakshasas are 1 variety. Siddha, Charana and Vidyadhara is one group. Kinnara and Kimpurusha is another group. These are totally 10 sargas, wherein one Kaumara sarga is also called, because in that particular sarga, the Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanat Kumara, Sanat Sujata have taken birth. This is qualified by defying personalities. These personalities are considered to be mortal as well as immortal. And from the Sattvika Ahankara are born moon, Manas, directions, Yair, sun, Prachetasa, Ashwins, fire, Indra, Upendra, Mitra, and Prajapati. From Rajasika Ahankara is born ear being controlled by Dik, skin being controlled by air, eyes being controlled by sun, tongue being controlled by Prachetas, nose being controlled by Ashwins, voice being controlled by fire, hands being controlled by Indra, feet being controlled by Upendra, anus being controlled by Mitra, genitals being controlled by Prajapati. It has led for the creation of the intellect and prana. And in this particular creation, we can also see the Tamasika Ahankara giving rise to sky with sound quality. From sky, air got with 2 qualities of sound and touch. From air, fire has come with 3 qualities of sound, touch and form. From fire have come water with 4 qualities of sound, touch, form and taste. From water came earth with 5 qualities of sound, touch, form, taste and smell. It has also been told that 7 dhatus have been identified. These 7 dhatus are considered to be skin, blood, flesh, brain, bones, marrow and semen. There is another description wherein they are describing hair, skin, flesh, bones, tissues, marrow and vital force. And Chandas has been created from hair Ushnik, from skin Dhatru, from flesh Trishtup, from tissues are Snayu Anushtup, from bones Jagati, from marrow Pankti and from prana Bruhati. All these things are attributed to the creation of the limbs of Hari also. Thus we can understand that this entire creation is nothing but the creation from the limbs of Vishnu. And Vishnu is the supreme primordial force behind the creation. The divine imagery and chronology of the creation. There is a long drawn discussion between Vidura and Maitreya. Vidura, who is the brother of Dhritarashtra, left out and went on a pilgrimage. In that pilgrimage, he met Uddhava, a very close friend of Sri Krishna and also a very much associate of Sri Krishna also. Uddhava is chosen as the spiritual successor of Lord Krishna, and Uddhava advises him to go to Maitreya. As a result, Vidura comes to Maitreya, the son of Parashara. The Maitreya is the student of Parashara. Maitreya gives so many details about the creation. It has been told that the entire creation is attributed to Narayana only. Hari or Narayana or Vasudeva, he is the only ultimate. He is having no name and form. He is having no manifestation. But only for understanding the entire creation, all the physical attributes of the universe, which are very much visible, are attributed to Hari. Varuna, in charge of all the tastes, has taken birth from the tongue of Hari. Air and all forms of air are from the nostrils of Vishnu. Smell, herbs and ashwins are from the nose of Hari. Devaloka, Satyaloka, light, sun, eyes are from the eyes of Hari. Directions, sky, audibles and sounds are from the ears of Hari. Essences and descriptions are from his body. Here are the original point for the tools of sacrifice and floral groups. Nails gave rise to stones and metallic ores. Clouds emerge from the hair of Hari, lightening from the moustaches of Hari. Desires are the manifestation of the feet of Hari. Water is the manifestation of the semen of Hari. Prajapati and clouds are from the genitals. Lust and erotism is from the vaginal region. Yama, Mitra and excretion are from the anus. Violence, Nirutya and death are from Guda. Insult, Adharma and ignorance are from the back portions or hips. Rivers emanated from the nerves of Hari. Mountains originated from the bones of Hari. Anna and oceans are from the stomach. Linga Sharira is from heart. That this description makes the Hari Narayana to be the supreme phenomena behind the universe. Brahma was asked to create this particular Bhuta Srishti, and he has started taken up for that particular Srishti. So he wanted to identify his own self. He could not understand. After praying himself, he has to scale the time with the grace of Narayana, who is formless and manifests with form throughout the process of creation. It requires an understanding of the time. As a result, the concept of time has come into existence. 1/6 each of sun, air and sky is called Paramanu. It may be compared with the present day atom. The time span on which the ray of sun falls is called microtime. It is called as Paramanu Kala. 2 Paramanus are making 1 Anu. 3 Anus make into 1 Trapa. 3 Tapas are called as Truti. 100 Trutis is called as Veda. 3 Vedas are called 1 Lava. 3 Lavas are 1 Nimesha. Nimesha can be understood as the blinking of the eye for one time. That is called as Nimesha. 3 Nimeshas is 1 Kshana. 5 Kshanas is 1 Kashta. 10 Kashtas is 1 Laghu. 500 Laghus is 1 Nadi. 2 Nadis is 1 Muhurta. 6 Nadis are 1 Prahara. Prahara is also called as Yama. There is a method for measuring Nadika. 6 petals of copper must be made into a pot. In that pot, a hole must be placed keeping 4 black grams size in hole. In that 4 inches length shall be filled with the water. The time taken for filling water is called Nadika. 6 Nadis is 1 Prahara or Yama. 4 Yamas is 1 day time. Another 4 Yamas is 1 night time. Day and night is 1 day for 1 human beings. 15 days is 1 Paksha. They are called as white Paksha and black Paksha. White is having the moon glow. Dark is having the vanishing moon. 2 Pakshas is 1 month. 2 months is 1 Rutu or 1 season. 6 months is 1 Ayana. 2 Ayanas, Uttarayana and Dakshinayana is 1 year. 1 year of man is 1 day for gods. The world is totally surrounded by solar family with 12 zodiac signs, and they cover 1 year. The time scale is called Sauramana, Chandramana, Barhaspachamana, Savannamana and Nakshatramana. The years are classified as Samvatsara, Parivatsara, Idavatsara, Anuvatsara. The time controls the desires of the man and makes them diverted to the performance of the sacrifices and others. The entire period is classified into 4 yugas. Kruta Yuga is 4,000 Divya Varshas, and its dusk is 800 years. Treta Yuga is for 3,000 Divya Varshas, and its dusk is 600 years. Dwapara Yuga is 2,000 Divya Varshas, and its dusk is 400 years. Kali is 100 Divya Varshas, with the dusk of 200 years. Krutaya is having 4 padas. Treta Yuga is having 3 padas. Dwapara is having 2 padas. Kali is having 1 pada. Those padas are tapas, shaucha, daya, satya. Tapas is penance. Shaucha is purification. Daya is compassion. Satya is the truth. During Kruta Yuga, these 4 are there. During Treta Yuga, Shaucha, Daya and Satya are there. During Dwapara Yuga, Daya and Satya are there. During Kali Yuga, only Satya is there. Then, Brahma wanted to take up to the creation of the universe. He has asked Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanat Kumara and Sanat Sujata. As a result, those people have objected the creation of the universe because they wanted to be one with the Narayana or Hari, and they wanted to be away from the particular process of creation. Then Brahma got anger with them. From that anger being concentrated in the eyebrow center, formed what is called as the Rudras. When they are taking birth, the world started trembling with horror and crying. That is why they are called Rudras. They are placed with moon, sky, sun, air, fire, water, earth, prana, tapas, hrut and indriya. These 11 are the places for the Rudras. These 11 Rudras are named as Manyu, Manu, Mahakala, Mahat, Shiva, Rutadhvaja, Uru, Retobhava, Kala, Vamadeva, Dhrutavrata. They had their wives in Dhi, Vritti, Ashana, Uma, Ut, Sarpi, Ila, Ambika, Iravati, Sudha, and Diksha. The multiplied forces of Rudra then started swallowing the universe. Then Brahma asked them to withdraw from creation, and the creation is given to he has given to the others. He has then created 10 sons, namely Daksha, Narada, Pulaha, Pulascha, Bhrugu, Kratu, Angirasa, Vashishta, Marichi, Atri. The creation was taken up by Swayambhava Manu, who is called as Swarat. He is having a wife called as Shatarupa. Both Shatarupa and Swayambhava got 2 sons, Priyavrata and Uttanapada. They are having 3 daughters, Akuti, Devahuti and Prasuti. Akuti was given in marriage to Ruchira. Devahuti is given in marriage to Kardama. Prasuti is given in marriage to Daksha. Swayambhava is the first king suitable to that name. At this extent, we must know about the incarnations of Narayana also. All the incarnations of Narayana are associated with the Mahabhuta Srishti. The most important avatars of Narayana are found as Brahmanya, Yajnesha, Narada, Naranarayana, Kapila, Dattatreya, Yajna, Urukrama, Pruthu, Meena, Kurma, Dhanvantari, Mohini, Narasimha, Vamana, Bhargavarama, Vyasa, Rama, Balarama Krishna and Buddha. The same text also refers to them as Varaha, Suyajna, Kapila, Dattatreya, Sanaka, Naranarayana, Dhruva, Pruthu, Vrishabha, Hayagriva, Matsya, Kurma, Narasimha, Adimula, Vamana, Hamsa, Manu, Dhanvantari, Parashurama, Rama, Krishna, Vyasa, Buddha and Kalki. Of them, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Sri Rama, Krishna, Buddha and Kali are very much zoomed. The schematic section of creation and some more details. In the discussion of Vidura and Maitreya, there are many details that are given about the schematic section of the creation. Before going into the details of the incarnations of Lord Narayana, which are said to be belonging to the Mahabhuta Srishti, it is very much essential to know the details of creations as a schematic section, as has been discussed between Vidura and Maitreya. Maitreya details all the aspects of Bhagavata, which is said to be a spiritual heritage from Sankarshana to Sanat Kumara, Sanat Kumara to Sankhayana, Sankhayana to Parashara, Parashara to Brahaspati, from Brahaspati to Maitreya, and from Maitreya to Vidura. Maitreya makes it very clear that Lord Krishna has ordained him to pronounce the secrets of creation to Vidura, and those secrets speak about the divine glory of Narayana from a state of unmanifestation to an etheric state which is beyond the elements, and the causal creation which is based on the composition of different elements. This entire creation is attributed to the gorgeous glory of Narayana only. Kalpa. The concept of Kalpa is the primary factor in understanding the process of creation from a metaphysical manifestation to the physical manifestation. This Kalpa is divided into 3 aspects: Brahmakalpa, Padmakalpa, Shvetavaraha Kalpa. Brahmakalpa. This is a phase of trans-somatic sublime creation. During this period, the primordial element is in the form of an atom, and its subatomic activity is totally unmanifest. This is a state beyond creation of time, thought, mind, action, and emotion. It's an integral sublime state and true knowledge. The personification of true knowledge is considered to be Adinarayana. This is the trans-cosmic beginning point, where there is an infinite grand silence. It is the supreme entity of divine bliss and even transcendental. This is not tainted by any facts of time and variables of time and its pollutants. The infinite trans-somatic, trans-cosmic, transcendental trio is the original point of creation. This scenario is described as the Milky Ocean and the pure waters. It has been also told that in the pure waters lay down Narayana, who is the author for the entire creation subsequently through Brahma, Padmakalpa. This is the phase wherein the procreation has been generated. The subatomic, self-whirling, coercive forces started blossoming like a lotus. That is why this is called the Padmakalpa. The significance of Padmakalpa can be found in the emergence of micro-time and micro-action. It is a subatomic, trans-somatic quivering without any body touch. It had spreaded for the first time as the symbolism of activity. This is the beginning for the action egotism. From this evolved who is called Brahma. He has been very much confused about his presence, status, and made a quest to his origin. It is beyond reach. He has integrated the micro-action and micro-time and could find out the original point in the subatomic atomic construct, which is more a vacuum, which all-pervading and integrating capacity. He has praised that primordial element and could have a secure identity of his self and tried to take up to the stupendous task of making the creation. Varahakalpa. This is a state wherein the primary or primordial mass has been created. Then came for the first time the composition of self-whirling motion of subatomic level as time, action and mass. This is the primary manifestation which has made the trans-somatic, somatic, etheric and phenomenal identities to come into existence. This is called Varahakalpa. The word Varaha is a symbolism to indicate the merger of the mass with the subatomic, all-pervading, integrating force. This is the beginning for what the philosophers try to name as the procreation. Sarga. This is a word literally to mean creation. This is a creation of the species which are found to be infinite in number. The Sarga is classified as Prakrita Sarga, creation of the gross nature, which is basically trans-somatic, Vaikritika Sarga or Vaikarika Sarga, creation of the species with physical manifestation, and it is basically somatic. The third one is Deva Sarga. It is etheric creation which is representing the groups of the celestial identities like the gods, demigods and the others. Pratisarga. This is the secondary state of creation wherein the couples have been formed for the cosmic Virat and Swarat and also from the physical body of the Manus like Swayambhuva, Manvantara. The time period between one Manu and the other is called Manvantara. Prajapati Sarga. This is indicative of the creation through 10 Prajapatis who were created by Brahman. Before entering into Prajapati Sarga, it is very much interesting to know about the Brahma Sarga. The discussion between Vidura and Maitreya is throwing ample light on this dimension. Vidura questions Maitreya how Brahma has made this entire manifestation from his faces and parts of the body. The reply of Maitreya is very much enlightening. From the thumb is born Daksha. From thighs has taken birth Narada. From navel has taken birth Pulaha. From ears has taken birth Pulascha. From skin has taken birth Bhrugu. From hands Kratu has born. From face Angirasa took birth. From prana Vasishtha came into manifestation. From mass Marichi existed. From eyes Atri came into existence. From right breast Dharma has come. From back portion death has come. From self Cupid has come. From eyebrow center anger has originated. From lower lip the greed emerged. From mouth the voice started speaking. From genitals the oceans came up. From excretory air Niruti came into existence. From shadow Kardama are born. In the same way, he has created the ignorance of five varieties, namely darkness, blind darkness, destructive darkness, seductive darkness, and more seductive darkness. When he kept aside the inert identity from the born, Yaksha and Rakshasa groups, from the sublime state, he created the gods. From the pelvic zone, he created the asuras, who are after sensory pleasures. Then he created the dusk to control them. From his palms have taken birth the apsaras and gandharvas. From sleep state are created Pishacha, Guhyaka, Siddha and Bhuta groups. From his food, he created Pitru and Sadhya groups. From the concept of rebirth, he has created the human beings, Siddhas, Vibhudhas and Kinnaras. From his image, he has created the Kinnaras and Kimpurushas. And his Manas, he has created the 14 Manus who have ruled the world. Another dimension of the creation is very much intellectual revelation. He has created the four Vedas, namely Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharvaveda. He has also created ritual activities like Apragita, Mantra, Stotra. He has created the weapons. He has created the prayers. He has also created the Brahmakarma. He has created three Upavedas, namely Ayurveda, which is said to be the Indian medicine, Dhanurveda, the skill of the archery, Gandharva Veda, the musicology. He has also created the techniques of architecture from the eastern faces. He also created Idihasas and Puranas. He has created 4 feet of Dharma, namely Vidya, true knowledge, Dana, donation, Tapas, penance, and Satya, the truth. He has also created 4 styles of lifestyle management, namely Brahmacharya, Garhascha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. Each of these 4 styles is having 4 modes of living. Brahmacharya has 4 modes of living, namely Savitra, Prajapatya, Brahma, and Naishtika. The Grihastha has 4 modes of, namely Varta, Yajna, Shalina, and Shironcha. The hermits or Vanaprasthas have 4 types, namely Vaikhanasas, Valakilyas, Audumbaras, and Penavas. The Sannyasins or the renunciated have 4 modes of lifestyle, namely Kutichaka, Bahudaka, Hamsa, Nishkriya. He has also created Trayi, Varta, Dandaniti, Justice, and the metrics like Ushnik. After this entire stupendous process of creation, this entire multiplication is given to Manus and Prajapatis. The divine enmity. When Bhagavata is understood to be a path for the realization through the devotion, even the enmity can also become a path for the devotion. The enemies who are always thinking of Lord Vishnu, who is always thinking about the gorgeous glory of the divine unit of Mahavishnu, they will be getting into the path of the Lord Vishnu only. There is no second alternative. Such type of narrative can be found in the great story of Jaya and Vijaya. Sanaka and Sanandana, who were born through Brahma, once had visited Vaikuntha. They wanted to see Lord Vishnu and wanted to offer their prayers to him. They had been to Vaikuntha and they had found the divine settlement very much arched with the archers and also having been very much beautified by the divine flora and fauna. And they wanted to find out a path to see Lord Vishnu. When they had entered the divine palace of Lord Vishnu, two of the people, namely Jaya and Vijaya, they have objected Sanaka and Sanandana. Then immediately Sanaka and Sanandana got very much fury with them, and they wanted to curse them. They have cursed them to be away from Lord Vishnu and to be separately born in the Asuric birth. Then Lord Vishnu gave their presence audience to him. Sanaka and Sanandana praised Lord Vishnu, and Lord Vishnu is very much satisfied with the prayers of Sanaka and Sanandana. Sanaka and Sanandana has told, O Lord, Thou art the greatness in the universe. Thou art the apex body. Thou art the supreme. Thou art found both in the atoms and in the universe. Without your audience, or without your presence, or without your knowledge, nothing can take place. You are the hero, you are the villain, you are the earth, and you are the sky, you are the fire, and you are the air. You are all one in all, one with all, one beyond all, one above all, one surrounding all. You are the pressure and the force, you are the energy and the might. We pray you always. We may be requested to excuse us for cursing your words, Jaya and Vijaya. Then immediately Lord Vishnu has obliged him and saying that, O Sanaka and Sanandana, it's not the mistake done by you. It has to be done. It has taken place. And I am their Lord. The mistake is done by my words. As a result, I must be responsible for the mistakes done by my deputies. As a result, I will be taking share of them. I have to be responsible for the mistakes of my deputies. There is no wonder when you have furied and cursed them. Then immediately Sanaka and Sanandana praised the greatness of Lord Vishnu and went out. Then Lord Vishnu advised Jaya and Vijaya to take the birth in the vagina of the Asuric origin, and then he has blessed them that I will make a fight with you. In such a situation, once there was a son of Marichi, who is the son of Brahma. His name is Kashyapa. He has married one of the daughters of Daksha, namely Diti. Once Diti wanted to have a dalliance with her husband. She approached by the time of a dusk. Then immediately Kashyapa has warned that you are coming to me by the time of the dusk, when Rudra will be moving, and it is not auspicious time, and let me be away from the dalliance with you, and let us not have an intercourse now. It will be very much inauspicious time. But that woman, she was so much lusty, did not care for that. She wanted to have a presence with her wife, with her husband, and then by that time they had an intercourse. As a result, Kashyapa has told, in an unauspicious time we have joined together, and this physical union will be leading for the manifestation of some Asuric forces from you. This is the word which has been told by him. Then immediately Diti worried very much, but Kashyapa has told, O Diti, don't worry. This is one of the cosmic array in which we are all partners. Your sons are equal to the demons, but your grandson will become a great Bhagavata. Don't worry. He will be such a great person that even the gods will be praying the greatness of your grandson. After taking into consonance and understanding the words of her husband, Diti consoled herself. After some 100 years of time of taking birth, the pregnancy was born 2 children. They were named as Bhadra and Anubhadra, but after looking at them, Kashyapa named them as Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashyapa. They are just very powerful, adamant, and they are very much dominating. They are very much defensive. And Hiranyaksha wanted to conquer the entire world. He was after throughout the species which are created by Lord Brahma, the gods, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, all these people, they were all not a competent agency for them. In such a situation, he had gone down to the oceans. There he had found Varuna. Varuna has told that we are all weak people before you. You are so much dominant, powerful enough. You can conquer not us, but there is only one person. He is Lord Vishnu. You just go to him and he will be giving you a beautiful battle so that you can enjoy the battle and he will be making you to get the ultimate. In such a situation, Hiranyaksha, being warded off by the advice of Varuna, he approached to Vaikuntha. In such a situation, Narada countered him and he has told, where are you going? I am going to meet Vishnu and have a battle with him. Then Narada has told, Vishnu is not here, he is in the oceans. He is in the form of a great boar, the divine boar. You just go to him and he will be giving you a battle and you can enjoy that particular battle. Then immediately Hiranyaksha went to the fathoms of the ocean. There he had found the divine personality, gorgeous personality, the praisable personality, the effluent personality of Lord Vishnu in the form of the boar. He is there in the action of creating the divine mass for the first time. That is the earth. The primordial earth is under the process of creation. In such a situation, this particular demon Hiranyaksha requested a battle with Lord Vishnu. Then immediately Vishnu has turned towards him and they had a very great battle. In that particular battle, they have cursed them each other, they have insulted them each other, they have hit them each other, they used different types of weapons and they used the body and there was a very much bloodshed. Irrespective of that, Hiranyaksha was not at all reluctant to withdraw from the war. All the gods have praised. Brahma has come and has praised Lord Vishnu. O Lord, now it is the Abhijit time. You have to kill this particular king. Otherwise, he will become more powerful. So, Lord Vishnu has killed that particular demon. This is the great incarnation of Yajnavaraha Murti. He is called as Yajnavaraha Murti because he has made the earth to be the static force from which the entire creation has taken place. All the other human beings were placed on the surface of the earth, and it is the primordial creation of the primordial mass which is called as the earth. This great story is very much auspicious and divine, and it will be having a very much powerful influence on the hearts of the devotees, that you can think of the God Vishnu even as an enemy. That particular enmity will be helping you. Suka has told Parikshit that, O Parikshit, I have told what has been told by Maitreya to Vidura and what he has heard from Narada to Dhruva also. As such, even the devotion can become an enmity. Enmity can become a devotion. Through enmity also, you can achieve Lord Vishnu. Kardama and Devahuti, the illustrious couple. Now, let us find out the further proceedings of the discussion of Vidura and Maitreya into the creation of the other species and the multiplication of the universe after the creation of Swayambhava Manu and Shatarupa. And therein we can find out the contribution of Kardama and Devahuti. As has already been told, Kardama was born in the shadow wave of Brahma, and Kardama was ordained by Brahma to make a creation. And as a result, Kardama was thinking about how to create the universe, how to create and multiply the creation. He was sitting on the banks of river Krishna, river Saraswati. So he was just concentrating himself into the unknown phenomena, unmanifest phenomena, which is supreme divine, supreme to Brahma, and which is beyond the ontological truth. In such a situation, he got a great manifestation of the supreme divine. It has been very much personified with a glorious and gorgeous cosmic beauty which cannot be understood by a common man. Then Kardama has represented himself to that particular great personality, and he has told, O Lord, you are the formation of the sound. Yours is acoustic personality. You are only with the Sat, and you are everlasting, and you can be known only through the pure knowledge. And you are the only person in order to alleviate all our senses. We are all very much committed to the illusion, the divine identities which are created by you. We are all very much subjected to those particular things. In such a situation, we have no alternative than understanding your mightiest personality, which is beyond your cognition. You have to express those particular things to us, and I pray you that the mission for which I was created by Brahma can be identified and can be properly satisfied. In such a situation, Lord Vishnu was very much pleased with the address and prayer of Kardama, and he has told, O Kardama, you are born as a Prajapati. You have to multiply the children, and you will be getting married. And you will be getting married, the daughter of Swayambhu and Shatarupa, namely Devahuti. Therefrom, you will be getting some children. And I myself will be taking as an incarnation, as your son. And I will be letting you know the secrets of the universe, and the path of the knowledge, and the supreme path of integral identity, and par excellent realization. Don't be worried. Carry on the mission. Then Kardama was very much pleased with the boons bestowed by Lord Vishnu, and he was thinking about, in such a situation, Swayambhu Manu, who is the Lord of Brahmavarta, he has come along with his wife Shatarupa to the ashram of Kardama, and he had met Kardama, and he had found in Kardama a great personality, a divine personality, a gorgeous personality, which is suitable to become a son-in-law to him, because his daughter Devahuti has heard about Kardama, and she has fallen in love with him. He wanted to marry only Kardama. In such a situation, Swayambhu Manu and Shatarupa both approach him, and as a result, Kardama accepted the offer of Devahuti. But he himself has told one more important thing, that, O Lord Manu, I am very happy that you have come to offer your daughter to me. I am very much happy, but at the same time, I am more indulgent in the true realization, the ultimate realization of the ontological truth. All these physical activities of the earth, they are all transient. I am not particular about them. But I was ordained by Lord Brahma in order to contribute for the multiplication of the creation. In such a situation, I will be getting married, your daughter Devahuti. But at the same time, there is only one condition for that. I will be living the life of the householder's life till I will be getting a children. And afterwards, after the begetting of the children, I will be taking to the hermitage and asceticism. And if both it is acceptable to your wife and to your daughter, I will marry her. Then immediately Swayambhu Manu discussed with Shatarupa and Devahuti, and he had come to a concurrence that it is acceptable. Then immediately Devahuti was given in marriage to Kardama. This illustrious couple was leading very much auspicious life. In such a situation, one day Devahuti requested Kardama, O Lord, we are all spending our life in different attitudes, and I have got married. Our marriage is only for having the children. So it requires so much illustrious infrastructure. And why can't you have that? Then immediately Kardama, with his great penance, has created a Vimana which is like a small mini universe. In that particular universe, he enjoyed himself with Devahuti as a householder, and he had got 9 women children. Then immediately Devahuti has told, O Lord, according to your previous condition, after getting the children, you will be leaving me. But there is one more request from my side. The female children must be married, and then we must keep up the family, and for that we must have one male child also. So till having the male child and till the children getting married, I request you not to leave the householder's life. Then immediately Kardama accepted. Kardama has found that his divine glory is divided into 9 important parts, which are further byproducting, and they are the daughters, namely Kala, Anasuya, Shraddha, Avirbhavu, Gati, Kriya, Khyati, Arundhati, and Shanti. Then immediately Kardama has chosen his sons-in-law. Kala was given in marriage to Marichi, who is born out of the Manas of Brahman. Anasuya is given to Atri, who is born out of the eyes of Brahma. Shraddha is given to Angiras, who is born out of the face of Brahma. Avirbhavu was given in marriage to Pulascha, who is born from the ears of Brahma. Gati is given in marriage to Pulaha, who is born from the navel of Brahma. Kriya is given in marriage to Kratu. He is born from the hasta of or hands of Brahma. Khyati is given in marriage to Bhrigu, who has born from the skin of Brahma. Arundhati is given in marriage to Vasishtha, who has born from the prana of Brahma. And Shanti was given in marriage to Adharva. After begetting married of all his female children, then he led the master's life, householder's life for some more time. After having satisfaction with his wife as a householder, he got a great personality, Kapila, the first philosopher, and it is the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Thus, Kapila and Devahuti are the illustrious couple who have been ordained by Brahman to multiply the creation, and from him generated Lord Vishnu, who is one of the greatest personalities, and his incarnation can be found in Kapila, the prophet of Tattva Samhita or Sankhya philosophy. Incarnation. Before going to understand the histories and glorious vibhutis of the incarnations of Lord Narayana, starting from the time of Kapilas and other subsequent avataras, we have to know what is actually incarnation means. Incarnation literally means to evolve into a terrestrial form. It is known in Sanskrit as avatara. Avatara means to come down. Coming down from the supreme level to the terrestrial level is called as avatara. That means the universal force is coming down to the state of a terrestrial level, and that process is called as avatara. Why avatara takes place? It has been clearly told in Bhagavad Gita by Lord Krishna, one of the avatars of Narayana, that yatha yatha hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. The purpose of the avatara is to remove the glani to the dharma adharma, And whenever the adharma is taking place, or whenever the agony is happening to do dharma, in order to avoid that particular agony and uplift the dharma, I will be creating my own self. This is the purpose of any avatara, whether it may be Yajnavaraha avatara or Kapila avatara or any avatara of Narayana, for that purpose which are mentioned here. Here, this particular verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita draws our attention in understanding four important words. One is Srijami. Srijami means creating one's own self. It is not creating from some other substance. It is not creating with some other purpose. The purpose itself is laying within the Creator Himself. The purpose, the creation, and the Creator are the three. It is called as creation, as Srijami. This is self-transformation. Secondly, it speaks about Aham. Aham does not mean the egotism or ego as has been understood. Aham indicates the infinite character of the self. Dharma. Dharma means which holds, dhru dharane. This particular dharma is having four types, four paths, and this particular dharma is considered to be very, very significant for the maintenance of the universal harmony. Whenever any agony happens to this particular dharma, then immediately they will be taking a problem for the maintenance of dharma. That is why this dharma is considered to be very, very important. There are four padas or 4 feet for dharma. One is called as penance, that is tapas. Another is called as purity. Another is called as compassion. Another is called as truth. When this particular penance, purity, compassion, and truth are disturbed, then there will be adharma. How it can be understood? This adharma can be identified through a formula of the absence of symmetry in time, action, and ego. When time, action, and ego are properly articulated, then it is called as dharma. When there is an absence of the particular symmetry or articulation, it is called as adharma. Adharma is said to be the backside of the Brahman. Now it is an important question for those people who want to understand Bhagavata, how it is related with Bhagavata. Bhagavata is speaking about the incarnations of Narayana. Narayana is said to be the static stock force with blissful identity, without any form, name, qualities, and he is the supreme purity and block. This particular Bhagavata is having 8 important functions. One is aiming at the removing of avidya. Avidya is called as innocence. It is identified to be 5 types of avidyas which are created by Lord Brahma, and they make the man to be in the growth of the ignorance. This particular avidya will be totally resulting in the indirect experience. So in order to remove this particular avidya is the fundamental function of Bhagavata. That means any avatar of Lord Vishnu is speaking about the removal of avidya. Secondly, its function is yajna. Yajna is aiming at the promotion of harmony. There are terrestrial, celestial, supra-celestial, and supreme beings. There must be a proper harmony in this particular thing. That harmony is one of the important dimensions for the maintenance of the 4 steps of dharma. If that particular harmony is there, then the dharma can be maintained. Bhagavata will be contributing for that particular dharma. Another is niyati. Niyati literally means law of nature. It is commitment to the law of nature. So, Bhagavata promotes a commitment to the law of nature. Mahat has created the gunas. The gunas are imbibed in the ahankara. Ahankara is followed by karma. Karma is suppressed by kala. They will be leading to bhoga. In this way, there is a particular phenomena of the birth and death cycle which has been identified in the nature. That is niyati. And another is satya. Satya means which is imperishable. The imperishable truth is screened on the transient screen. So, what all we are experiencing indirectly through this physical body, through the sense organs and the motor organs is simply asatya. It is considered to be illusory, but there is satya. The function of Bhagavata is to promote satya or displaying the cosmic truth on the transcendental terrestrial truth. And it is speaking about one more phenomena, that identity between atom and matter. What we see in the macroscopic matter, in the so-called Brahmanda, is not different from what we cannot see in an atom. The subatomic components are also very much found in the atomic and universal components. We have to identify a synonymous, identical form in that particular phenomena. That is the purpose of Bhagavata. And Bhagavata aims at the promotion of Ananda. Ananda is reaching a particular stage beyond action, time, ignorance, and suffering. That particular Ananda is the purpose of Bhagavata. Bhagavata leads a person to be detached and get into the state of Ananda. And it will be a path for promotion of the infinite self. That means by itself, it identifies the infinite self called as Paramatma and eradicates the concept of finite self which is called as Atma. And that is why Bhagavata is considered to be one of the important media for promoting and uplifting and escalating the consciousness. And the last and the most important function of Bhagavata is realization of Supreme Self and primordial truth through inspiration, motivation, articulation, attempt, harmony, and transcendental experience. All these aspects, called as inspiration, motivation, articulation, attempt, harmony, and transcendental experience, are displayed through the avatars. They will be guiding as an inspiration, they will be motivating as Acharya, they will be articulating as the father and mother, they will be throwing for the attempt as the friend, and they will be creating harmony as the dharma, and they will be resulting in the satya, which is transcendental experience. Thus, all these incarnations are very much related with Bhagavata, and Bhagavata is nothing but displaying the divine glory in the finite words, which cannot be scaled, which cannot be experienced, which cannot be quantified, which cannot be understood otherwise, can be felt only through Bhagavata, and that too only with the narration of the themes of different incarnations. That is why those people who hear the themes of the incarnations of Narayana, they will be enjoying the unquantifiable bliss. They will be aiming at that particular bliss, and they will be going out of and moving out of avidya, and they will be having a total vidya. Sermon of Kapila, Part 1. Kapila is said to be the incarnation of Narayana or Lord Vishnu. He was born as the son of Kapila, Kardama Prajapati and Devahuti. This is very much interesting, an incarnation of Lord Narayana, that it is proposing for the first time the supreme philosophy that has ever existed in the Indian thought. Kardama Prajapati has addressed Kapila and praised him. Thou art the reason for the Shama, Dama, Viveka, Titiksha, Uparati, and Vairagya. Thou art beyond the action and affliction. The gross nature, Purusha, Mahat, egotism, fine elements, time are your manifestations. Thou art the dynamic soul, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Being very much satisfied with the prayer of Kardama Prajapati, Kapila has revealed the path of Jnana and Vijnana. He is the prophet of the Sankhya Yoga. The purpose of that particular philosophy is to teach the true appreciation of the Supreme Self through this body. Association, involvement, attachment are the causes for forgetfulness. It is also called as Maya. It is trying the living beings to be within the bondage of the birth and death cycle and not making them to be liberated. One can visualize through an intuitive manifestation, withdrawing from sensory forces. It is the true path for liberation or absolute state. The chitta is the reason for bondage and seeking for liberation. When the chitta is afflicted by three qualities, it can be the efficient reason for the birth and death cycle. The same chitta becomes the source and force of liberation when committed to Narayana. The impure chitta with egotism, selfishness, involvement, lust, anger, greed, attachment, vanity, vengeance must be purified from their impact. Then it can transcend the dual factors like pleasure and pain. It can concentrate on integral, transcendental, supreme, indefatigable, self-luminant, microscopic universal force and realize its existence. Then Chitta can have knowledge, detachment, and devotion. Knowledge makes to locate the target. Detachment leads to submission. Devotion leads to integration. The scholars say that the committed devotion is the self path. Association with the visible is like major reason for bondage. The same chitta becomes the doorway for the liberation, being committed to the imperishable. The inbuilt patience makes the withdrawal viable to make them friendly, compassionate, pacified, and pacified souls without concern for the result of any action. They will be leading the life of Bhagavata or devoted souls, being devoid of all types of association. The association with such souls eradicates the risk factors and turns a path for absolute state of divine isolation. The same promotes commitment and devotion. The devotion leads to liberation from all factors of bondage. He will be following the methods of integration, being a yogi. Such yogis are served by the qualities of nature, knowledge enhanced through the detachment, and submission promoted through devotion. Devahuti addresses Kapila, why can't you explain the devotion and also the systems of yoga with its organs? Then Kapila speaks about Bhakti Yoga at the outset. The service to the Absolute or Vishnu is the ultimate. It is greater than the very concept of liberation. It will be so much effective to destroy the functions of causal body or linga deha also. The pure, devoted souls, with the absolute submission of all their actions to the Supreme Self, never aim at what we call liberation. Some more people integrate with the gorgeous divine glory of the Supreme Self, and they never think of nor claim for liberation from a bondage. They can secure the apex transcosmic point, which is served by eight kinds of siddhis and which can provide an everlasting bliss. Such bliss is beyond manifestation, quantification, and comparison. It is an integral state. Such people transcend the cycle of time. I will be their friend, guide, philosopher, teacher, and personal God, and try to elevate their consciousness. I shall help to transcend such people who are totally detached from the money, properties, wife, children, and such transient relationships. I am the absolute self. I am the source and force for the air, fire, sun, Indra, and even the death. Sun will be shining according to my order. Indra will be raining according to my order. Fire will be blazing according to my order. Air will be flowing according to my order. Only those who ignore me can have a fear of birth and death. The supreme devotion, catalyzed by true knowledge and detachment, leads to the ultimate goal. As long as the chitta is not prone for my association and devotion, one has to be subjected to the birth and death cycle and has to undergo suffering due to the pressure of time, action, affliction, and dispositions. Sermon of Kapila, Part 2. Kapila addresses his mother Devahuti. O mother, now I will tell you all the qualities and characteristic features of tattvas. Tattva is the refractive and reflective identity of universal soul, infinite media. That knowledge liberates man from the bondage of the qualities. It breaks the knot in the heart and leads to self-realization. Characteristic features of soul: the primordial Purusha, who is beyond action and affliction, who is devoid of the quantities and qualified by the characteristics of nature, himself being self-illuminant, and who coordinates the array of the universe, has entered the nature, which is characterized by qualities, unmanifest, and related to the possessiveness of creation as a matter of accident. Then the nature got multiplied due to qualities. He got bounded to nature due to withdrawal of wisdom, and he merged with nature, attributing its qualities, and lost his autonomous existence. He has also attributed to himself the causation and got him involved in the cycle of birth and death. Ishvara is basically a witness and he has no attributes. The cause and effect and the authorship are the attributed to the self, are directly under the control of nature. The Purusha only enjoys the qualities, himself being distinguished from nature. Then Devahuti requests Kapila to describe him the qualities of the imperishable Purusha and perishable. Then Kapila pronounced, the qualified nature is having three qualities: unmanifest, eternal, and the principal force for the creation, which is and which is not. Nature has 24 tattvas, 5 major elements: sky, air, fire, water, and earth. 5 fine elements: the sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. 5 sense organs: ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin. 5 motor organs: hands, feet, mouth, genitals, and anus. Manas, buddhi, chitta, and Ahankara. This is the system of manifestation into a formful being. Some of the wizards attribute time or Kala also as the 25th Tattva. Some people accept time to be the potential of Purusha. The infinite self, bounded by ego, has both the qualities of nature and Purusha. The causative factor for the activity of Purusha vis-a-vis combination of qualities is Kala or time. Time is called Purusha and internal factor and in the living beings and considered as a time being an expanding or multiplying factor. The finite self gets incorporated in 24 tattvas is due to the self-whirling motion. The impact potential of Purusha creates a quivering in nature, results as the sublime Mahat. Then Ishvara, who is the seed for all elements and who is devoid of dissolution and expansion, takes the self-destructive inert element and promotes Mahat with his own blazing potential. O Mother, I will explain you now the four varieties of array called Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna and Aniruddha. Vasudeva Vyuha. This array is predominantly sublime, pure, transcends thirst, hunger, suffering, attachment, birth and death. It is qualified by Shama, Dama, Titiksha, Uparati, Viveka and Vairagya. It is eternal and attended by devoted souls. It is the source for Mahat, from which Ahankara, the form and force of activity, originated. Ahankara is of three types, namely Vaikarika, evolutes, Tejasa, radiant, and Tamasika, inert. The divine form of evolutes included Manas, senses, and five elements. Radiant Ahankara included intellect, Buddhi, and variants of vital force. Inert Ahankara is the complex of different senses. Sankarshana Vyuha. Ahankara is controlled by Sankarshana. He is multi-hooded, gorgeous personality, being composed of Manas, senses, and elements, and he has characteristics like authorship, action, causation, sublimation, horror, and inertness. This is characterized by a panorama of evolutes. Desire is the origin point of Aniruddha. It is characterized by Sankalpa, initiative, and Vikalpa, uncertainty. They are respectively called common thought and specific thought. It is in blue color, like big bee of the autumn season. From the radiant Ahankara originated intellect. It is characterized by knowledge, empowerment of senses, doubt, pseudo-knowledge, determinants of senses, and memory. Radiant Ahankara gave rise to sense organs and motor organs to promote knowledge and action. Vital force has action potential. Intellect has knowledge potential. As such, the senses have a radiance. The inert Ahankara gave rise to sound. It in turn produced the sky. Sky gave birth to ears. That is why ears receive sound. Sound has become the seat for meaning, thus rendering ear a source of knowledge. Sky has the qualities of offering space for all elements, self, vital force, and sense. Over a course of time, the same develops some evolutes. From sky evolved the touch. Touch gave rise to air. Air gave rise to skin, which is sensible to touch or pressure. Touch has the qualities like softness, hardness, cold, and hot. Air has the qualities of mobility, divisibility, unification, and carries the fragrance or odor and sound. Making the nose felt of fragrance or odor is the carrying quality of odor or fragrance by air. Making the ear receptive of hearing a sound from longer distance is the capacity of air to carry sound. It also has the character of holding all the senses from the air, which is qualified by touch, originated form and light. Eyes are capable of receiving light and form as well. Form has the functions of proximity, composition of matter, responding to matter, and manifestation of change in matter. The light has the functions of visibility, cooking, removing the thirst and hunger, and drying up of a thing. From form originated over a period of time the taste. Taste gave rise to water. Tongue is empowered to receive taste, even though the taste is one due to elementary refraction became many, like saltish, sweet, bitter, sour, pungent, and astringent. The water has the character of being wet, frozen, pacification, satisfaction, sustenance, and removal of heat, and making a thing soft and itself turning into vapor. From taste and its evolutes, water, further evolved the smell. Smell has given rise to earth. Nose has become receptive to smell, even though the smell is one. It has originated and disintegrated into smell of asafoetida, smell of flower, smell of camphor, composing smell, acidic smell, and order of decomposition of many variety of matter. Earth has the characters of providing a form, being independent of elements like water, fire, air, holding water, separation of space, and also physical manifestation among all the living beings as male and female. O Mother, this is the characters of all the five elements which have evolved from the tamasic ahankara. Sermon of Kapila, Part 3. After narrating the details of elements and fine elements, Kapila continues his discourse to his mother. Devahuti, O Mother, the ear receives the sound, the specific quality of sky. Skin receives the touch, the specific quality of air. Eye receives the light, the specific quality of fire. Tongue receives the taste, the specific quality of water. Nose receives smell, the specific qualities of earth. Thus, sound, touch, light, taste, and smell form the qualities of sky, air, fire, water, and earth, respectively. They are all interrelated, with earth being the causative factor for all elements, including the earth. Mahat, Ahankara, and fine elements, being qualified by five tanmatras or five fine elements, composed together to create the self, qualified to be the enjoyer of all qualities. In such a situation, the animation of time, energy, and mass has created a static nucleus due to kinematic quivering. This is all due to the effect of the surrounding metaphysical force without form, itself being the cause for all the causes, being qualified by three qualities, and regulating and coordinating force. The supreme or metaphysical or primordial force evolved itself into Virat. The nucleus is covered by water, fire, air, and sky, all extending in a decimal progression. They form the boundary zones for this universal or cosmic manifestation. The same nucleus blossoms up into the form of Narayana, floating on the divine waters. Narayana, though supreme and infinite, reduces him into a finite level. He is called Virat as finite identity. From the gorgeous identity of Virat, his face has given rise to sound. It is followed by fire. From the nose evolved the air. The air gave rise to eyes, qualified by sun, and then the ears and directions. From the skin evolved the moustaches and hair, and all herbal groups. From the genitals evolved the sperm and water. From the anus evolved the excretory form and death. From hands originated strength and Indra. From the feet the movement and hurry. The nerves gave rise to blood and rivers. From the stomach came the thirst, hunger and oceans. Manas evolved from heart. Moon and Buddhi originated from Manas. From Chitta originated Brahma and Kshetrajna. The finite factors like sky, air, fire evolved from Virat. Cannot be able to able the integral factor of Virat to function. The senses controlled by different deities cannot make the infinite functional and are limited to their respective units. When the fire and sound evolved from the face, cannot direct Virat or produce any results. The same is the case with air associated with nose and smell. The sun with eyes, the directions with ears, the herbs controlling the skin and hairs, the water controlling the genitals and sperm, the death with anus and excretory air. The same is the case with Vishnu controlling the feet, Indra controlling hands, rivers controlling nerves, oceans controlling stomach and hunger, moon controlling heart and manas, Brahma controlling intellect, and Rudra controlling chitta. When the Virat merges with the variants of matter, then only the divine element controlling the mass functions. Such a merger makes the Virat prone for creation. As the vital forces turn able enough with a divine force, the gods like fire merge with Virat through different organs and hence basically turn futile. This is a visualization of interrelationship between Purusha and evolutes of nature, and those who are devoted can realize the same, leading to progress in the path of liberation. The relationship with the mass and energy is the reason for the birth and death cycle. The relationship with energy and Virat is the path for liberation. The Purusha, even though manifests himself with form and qualities, he is bounded by, nor affected by, nor influenced by form and qualities. He is beyond action, affliction, and time. He is beyond the change, evolution, and three qualities. As the sun getting reflected in the waters is not tainted by the qualities or nature of water. With an involvement with qualities, the finite self or soul attributes for himself the causation or authorship. As a result, the same is disintegrated and takes birth in different celestial, terrestrial, living and non-living species. It leads to identify the dream as a fact and gets tainted by the transitory factors. This can be avoided due to an extreme devotion for the unmanifest as well as articulating the forces and sources of forces adapting to the path of yoga, including yama and niyama. Commitment to the ultimate truth, submission to the feet of the Supreme, involvement in praising the vibhuti or divine glory, integral vision for all living and non-living without coercion, and integration of consciousness and silence are the methods of realization. He must be qualified by satisfaction, limited food, isolated living, brooding over the Supreme, being devoid of all coercive forces. He must cultivate friendly nature, compassion, and knowledgeable perception. The intellect, being pacified due to the knowledge of the finite self, the infinite hides itself. That knowledge makes to realize the universal self, as the eye is in a position to find out the sun distantly located. It can understand both the unmanifest self and well-manifest ego. It will be dazzling with the knowledge of the imperishable. which is the source, force, and action in this universe. It functions as the eye to receive self-illuminant, integral, all-pervading, ontological self. As the reflection of the sun rays is found in the waters, on the walls and structures and the like, and makes one to realize, even though the sun is away in the sky, the intuitive force in intellect, mind, and ego makes one to realize the source and force of all pervading, omnipotent. He can feel, understand, visualize, and even experience, as the finite self is involved in the displaying array of all the elements in the states of awakening and dream, but is immersed in himself in the deep sleep. The impact of the Supreme Self makes all the senses enjoy the celestial experience. Then Devahuti questioned Kapila, O Lord, thou art the pure, supreme, served by the celestial bodies, and reachable only to the devoted souls. How is it possible for the finite self to be deprived of the qualities of nature when they are constitutionally associated, like the earth and smell, and the water and taste? How a person can be removed of the fear of birth by mere invocation? What is the path for receding from the cycle of birth and death? Kindly let me know. Then Kapila replied, O mother, commitment to the order of function with pure inner self, decisive commitment for devoted harmony or bhakti yoga, detachment achieved through the knowledge of the imperishable, withdrawal due to the awareness of relationship between Prakriti and Purusha, resulting in non-committal approach to desire, perspicacity aggravated due to penance, will reduce the qualities of nature to ashes, giving no scope for rebirth. As the fire in Arani, the fire-making wooden ware, destroys both the parts of the wood used to create fire, knowledge and realization makes one to be relieved of the commitment to Prakriti and Purusha as well. Nature never taints the indwelling Supreme Self by its qualities, as the person is not disturbed by dreams, but also understands the dream as a transitory experience. When body itself is not affected by dream, can the Supreme Self be tainted by the association of nature, how much constitutional it appears to be? The person who is committed to the Supreme Self takes birth again and again till he reaches the Supreme and transforms into the Supreme. He will be detached and also gets elevated and invoked through the devotional spirit. He locates, identifies, defines, and praises the divine glory and even becomes integrated with the Supreme. He will not be attracted by the obstacles like the Siddhis. Being unperturbed and disassociated, the purified soul transcends the death and integrates with the Supreme. Sermon of Kapila, Part 4. O Mother, Kapila told, I will let you know the characteristic features of yogic life which can pave a path for self-immolation and realization of the Supreme, performing one's own duty, avoiding the prohibited activities by Shastras, accepting the resources secured by accident, not by attempt, worshipping the realized souls, withdrawal from animal traits, commitment to the methods of emancipation, consuming pure and limited food, living in isolation, not being pressurized, commitment to non-violence, truth, satisfaction, receiving money as per the needs, commitment to integrate the consciousness with the Supreme, penance, purity, affiliation to Vedic lore, worship of the Supreme, and silence, we need to win over the dispositions. It creates purity and integration of vital force prana under his control, pratyahara, by withdrawing from the objects, holding at the hridaya, holding the errant thought at different places of the body like Mooladhara, and thinking of the gorgeous glory of the Supreme, developing perspicacity, perceiving the Supreme as integral phenomena are very much essential. He has to withdraw from the sensuous activities by austerities and donations, reducing the impact of impurifying factors, hold the air and concentrate on the Supreme. He must sit erect and activate all sheaths by inhalation, retention and exhalation and keep the chitta bioconsciousness stable. With such a purified state, his pranayama method reduces the wind, pliham and bile. He can further reduce the impurities through holding, reduce association with pratyahara and can destroy the raga and reduce the impact of qualities through meditation. He must visualize from the Karuna center the encompassing superior divine form, which is qualified by celestial glory and divine beauty, and is only within the reach of the yogis and devoted souls. One has to contemplate on every iota of that integral, pure and static force, well placed in the nucleic position. It invokes the mind and makes one to possess integral vision, to understand the force and source of every manifestation and something beyond alike, and holding the same continuously. One must visualize, contemplate and concentrate on all the organs of Lord Vishnu and his divine attributes. As one is concentrating on different manifestations of the personality from feet to head, also the attributes like Kaumadaki, Panchajanya, Vaijayanti, Kaustubha, the same leads to realize and integrate the manifest everything with something beyond the manifestation. The multiplied concentration, the enhanced devotion, the progressive integration lead to unperturbed meditation on the Supreme. As a result of this divine diversion, the body will be effluent with glory, qualified by ecstasy, enhanced by the tumult of devotional inclination, and controlled by reverence and submission. Then he can autonomously withdraw from the terrestrial actions, thinks never of pain and pleasure, and understands the functions of ahankara, and thus transforms himself, manifestation of divine incarnate, liberating himself alive. He is not attentive about his drapery, food, activity, expression, association, posture, and will be totally controlled by the divine intoxication. He ignores all external factors. He integrates himself with the Supreme Self and understands everything is manifestation and remains unperturbed. Attaining the conscious state of Samadhi, he will be dealing with all the terrestrial attributes as he is dealing with a dream within himself. He gets himself segregated from all the associations and remains witness to one and all. He understands the difference between the body and finite soul and visualizes him as the Brahman within all the visible and himself too. The source of universal force appears to be multidimensional, being associated with the nature. It is one, but manifests in multiple dimensions as gods, animals, human beings, floral species, and the same appears to be different due to the composition of qualities and behaves very much apparently related to with physical mass of the body. The nature functions as Sat, imperishable, and Asat, perishable, at the same time, but the person who realizes the Supreme Self can only distinguish the nature and Supreme Self. Then Devahuti addresses, O Lord, thou art kind enough to detail me how you can distinguish the nature and self. Kindly detail me the dimensions of devotion as per Sankhya philosophy, and how can get very much detached from the worldly activity. They impose self on the transitory body and get themselves involved in the darkness of birth and death cycle. Thou art the form of time and aware of thyself. Kindly explain in detail how man can be redeemed of all worldly activity and from birth and death cycle. Kapila then deals with Bhakti Yoga. The devotion is basically divisible on the basis of aim or result one can expect from the same. It is again of three types, namely Tamasika, Rajasika and Sattvika. One who differentiates the self and Supreme Self, gives prominence to violence, vanity, vengeance, anger and ignorance, is the follower of Tamasika Bhakti. Worshipping the Supreme Self as the cause for all varieties of vibhuti, terrestrial and celestial, is Rajasika Bhakti. Worshipping with a self-submissive attitude to the Supreme Self, who can redeem from sins, actions and afflictions without making any distinction, is called Sattvika Bhakti. Those who approach me with more conviction as the source and force of celestial glory will submit them integrally, get the result as the river Ganga gives results passing through different parts of the earth. Make the devotion and austerity without distinction, as the Supreme Self is absolute and cannot be distinguished like other relative factors. Those who are deprived of desires can make the devotion an instrumental to Salokya, Sarshya, Samipya, Sarupya, and Sayujya. The realized souls are not after the activities which may ignore me. This is called personalization of devotion or Ekantika Bhakti. The person devoid of the impact of three qualities transforms himself into the Supreme. Even though a person is performing all religious or ritual activities, seasonal, occasional, functional, social, personal, preaching, teaching, singing, and learning, he must not be addicted to them. He must associate with the realized. He must be compassionate with the people of lower order. He must be friendly with the members of the same status. He must distinguish the factors metaphysical and supreme self, adhibhautika and adhyatmika, with the proper knowledge of yoga. One must not be egotistic, but must be more stable and receptive with patience and commitment to praising the auspicious glory of the Supreme. One who performs any activity aiming at the Supreme Self turns pure. He can always sense my glory and praise the supremacy of the Divine. One who ignores all pervading Supreme Self and commits himself to the form with ignorance cannot be elevated. He will be reduced to ashes like any physical mass. One who distinguishes Supreme Self, its glory and manifestation cannot be classified. They can seldom have the absolute peace. Mere offerings or oblations or different qualities and quantities will not satisfy the Supreme. O Mother, the moving and non-living, moving and living are more significant than the non-moving and non-living. Those who receive the taste are of higher order than the floral species qualified by life and touch, which receive the smell are of higher order than the taste, which receive the sound are of further higher order than who receive taste and smell. The species like crows, which identify form, are of higher order than the others. Multipeds are of higher order than the crows. Quadrupeds are of higher order than the multipeds. Bipeds are of much higher order than the quadrupeds. The humans are bipeds, and they are classified into four varieties. Of them, the Brahmanas of higher order. Of the Brahmanas, those who know the Vedas are higher. Those who interpret the Vedas are further higher. Those who compose and interpret Shastras are furthermore higher. Those who are adepts in Dharma are considered to be the highest. And of them, those who submit to the Supreme Self indicate the supreme highest order of elevation. Thus, the categorization of devotion, the categorization of living species is very much essential in order to understand the impact of the Supreme and also the qualities on the living being, and it will be a guiding line how to withdraw from the action and how to concentrate on the Supreme. Sermon of Kapila, Part 5. Kapila has started addressing his mother about the philosophy and the position of the Jiva. O Mother, Purusha will be attaining the status of Supreme Self, even though involved with the material dimensions through the Bhakti Yoga or Yoga method in general. The Supreme Self functions being qualified by nature and Purusha are as an accident. The personality of such a Supreme Self is very much disputed. It has come to an end by conquering time to be surprising and amazing personality of Supreme Self. Time is gratifying as well as terrifying. The fathoms like Mahat and the living beings dependent on the Tattvas. Time is the source and force for all living beings. It is an inbuilt power to differentiate, synchronize, and harmonize the dimension of union or integration. As the living beings and elements submit to the Supreme Divine, To the force and source of time, he has neither friend nor foe nor related. The universal soul is charged in all the mass, making the living beings functional, cognizant, ignorant, and suppressing. His suppressive pressure force makes the wind to blow, sun to heaten, Indra to rain, stars to shine, moon to delight. It is the order of function, involving time, mass, and function through the floral and aquatic media. The same makes the plants and trees to flower under and fructify, the streams, rivers, and drains to flow. The oceans do not transgress the limits. The fire also blazons. The earth appears to sink, even though shouldering the burden of mountainous mass. The sky or space gives scope for survival or existence to all the living beings and non-living as well. Mahat being the seedling form for the birth and death cycle structure gets expanded into the universe with the 7 borders and expands itself with form, distance, volume, and time. The divine units like Brahma being interdependent on the qualities involving in the manifestation of created. They will be continuous and vigilant in all activities. The reproduction multiplies and the death toll functions. This is how the universe is under the benefactive control of the Supreme Self. Kapila continued, it is very much impossible for anybody to understand such a greatness and potential of the Supreme Lord. The living beings have to experience suffering as they are not having the path for the blissful realization. One who thinks all imperishable as the supreme truth gets to take birth after birth, being associated with the animal tendencies and constantly maintaining the relationship with the physical mass. Even though experiencing torture in hell, he will not be detached. He not only seldom inclines to get rid of birth or body, but thinks of the same as the most pleasure yielding. This is all due to the divine illusion only. He thinks of the wife, children, and wealth only, and is after their protection. Such a person with the inert mindedness follows the sinful path and takes pleasure in the association with the children and wife. He thinks of the suffering as the variant of pleasure and is after the same. He is causing troubles to the others. He shares the food, life, living with the associates he likes, these terrestrial life, living, and pleasures only. Moving in the very futile, losing all his potential and activity. He is looked down by the children and wife as the old ox is treated by the farmer. He has a life of suffering in the end. He will be awaiting the death and cannot move out of the house like pet dog. He will be subjected to ill health, poor appetite, small food, and the nerves and strong under the impact of a plum cannot respond to the call and witnesses the worrying looks of his wife and children. When the ambassadors of the Lord of the Death come, he is subjected to rushes of excretion, fear, and leaves the body. He has to undergo torture even after the death, thinking of all the misdeeds he has to account for. The departed soul has to move about a distance of 99,000 yojanas. Each yojana is about more than 8 miles. On the way, he has to suffer from hunger, thirst, solar radiation, and has to encounter many challenges through which he will be subjected to unconscious state also. He has to undergo torture in the fire, canes, razors, maces, swords, and he will be pressed by the elephants, bitten by snakes. He will be taking a rebirth, experiencing a torturous treatment in the Tamashra, Anghatamishra, and Raurava zones of hells. In the process of rebirth, the sperm and ovum in the urethra join together. It stays as a protofluid for 1 night, like a bulb for 5 nights. Within the month, the head and 2 more months form the hands and legs. By the third month, nails, hair, bones, and skin form along with the gender. In the fourth month, Saptadhatus. In the fifth month, thirst and hunger are very much apparent. In the sixth month is covered by the ulba. He will be moving in the right side. He will be moving along with the excretory mass, loses consciousness, influenced by 6 tastes of sour, bitterness, saltish, pungent, astringent, covered by water mass, tied by capillary nerves, keeping his head in the stomach, and the hips, neck, and stomach are bent like an arch. He cannot move autonomously and is like a bird in the cage. By the divine sensation, he is thinking of his activities in previous births. He inhales deeply and totally taken over by grief. In the seventh month, his senses function, moves in all the directions due to movement of the motor organs. He will be shivering due to the impact of the air. He is in a request and fearful of rebirth. He is tied by the 7 dhatus. He will be praying the Supreme Divine with the submissive attitude of fear and rebirth. Sermon of Kapila, Part 6. Kapila continued to give the narrative of embryo to his mother Devahuti. The embryo in the body addresses, O Lord, I shall worship you and praise your glory with a committed devotion. Thou art beyond the fear and death, but you take the birth and create yourself only for the maintenance of this universe. I am the self-divide of the impact of the 5 elements, but found to have been encompassed by the layers of 5 elements. I am always qualified by a knowledge directed by the senses and qualities. I shall bow down and submit to that Supreme Self for pacifying me from the terrifying tumults of this hell, as thou art the present in all the living beings with perishable body, as if thou art tied by illusory actions, senses, and bound by the thread of karmas. Thou art unmanifest, pure, endowed with the integral knowledge, the ultimate light, omniscient, compassionate, and pacified, and even supreme to the nature and Prakriti Purusha. Then Devahuti told Kapila, O son, kindly enunciate how one can get his grace credited and continuously have his tribulations of his qualities, contemplation and visualization, even though very much tied by attachment and tired, leading a way of mortal life without any goal. Then Kapila replied, O mother, omnipotent and omnipresent Ishvara is found pervading, being the inner self of all the living and non-living, moving and non-moving. Those who are very much behaving in the living module always pray him. The soul in the embryonic stage is suffering from the thirst, hunger, and undergoing a huge suffering, thinks that, is there anybody who can throw me out of this womb and relieve me from this pain? Only the Supreme can do, but I can bow down and only aim at that primordial source of force beyond all the knowledge and enlightenment. O God, I cannot move out of this womb. Even then, I have to lead a life entangled in the movement of the birth and death, always being under the control of illusion, attachment, and worry. Thou art the leading force for my infinite self. Let me have thy grace to save myself by the enlightening knowledge which leads me to a state of sublimation. I shall pray the feet of the ultimate to avoid me the birth again and again, which is the source of all life, qualified by attachment and entanglement, and is having many lapses. With the decisive attitude of having true knowledge, the finite soul leads a life of 9 months in the womb. In the 10th month, he will be faced towards the earth. He will not be affected by respiration, devoid of knowledge, being captured by suffering, tainted by blood, and falls down on the earth and weeps like a creature. He is inert and without knowledge. He was brought up by those who do not know his will. He will not be in a position to speak out. He simply lies down on a bed, surrounded by mosquitoes and bugs. He cannot scratch, move, lift, bend, and simply weeps like a creature, being bitten by mosquitoes and bugs. Having that experience in the infancy, in the childhood, undergoes the suffering like studying suitable to that age. Afterwards, entering the adolescence, he ventures to achieve his wishes, often suffering from the tumult of anger, being tainted by lust, and he thinks of his body as his body, even though made up of elements. He becomes egotistic and attached and does all deeds suitable to that age, much more getting fixed in the birth and death cycle. He behaves with a commitment to lust and hunger. He is carried away by ignorance. He becomes more dissatisfied, angry, and subjected to suffering. He will be doing all such internecine activities under the impact of lust and desire. The association of imperishable makes one to be devoid of the truth, purity, compassion, stability, silence, discrimination, humbleness, patience, pacification, and eradication. Such an ignorance makes one to be devoid of peace. They think that the body and mind as the self. They are attached to the women like animals. As the union with the women said to be a defect, one has to be away from such people who are suffering losing the freedom. There is an incident. Brahma finds Saraswati, his daughter, in the form of an animal. He is attracted and got seduced and runs after being devoid of all discrimination. It is impossible for all not to be detached from the women. Only Narayana can be in that path. The illusion seduces in the form of a woman. As such, the intelligent must get rid of their association and take to the functions of a yogi. Those who are committed to my feet with more heroic spirit think the association of woman as a doorway for ignorance. It is like a well covered by grassy bushes which leads to death. One who takes this birth has to counter and experience the results of all his activities. Wherever he may be, the male form of soul becomes feminine, being entangled by money, children, and house. In the same way, the female form of soul has to treat the males who yield money as the bondage of mortality. Even though the person takes to the causal body, moves to different planes of life and living, and the experiences the results of action and credited to him, and again gets committed to action. As the hunter seats himself well in a position and causes death to the animal in a forest, the finite soul is well placed in the body, qualified by elements, senses, and manas. As the body is limited by the birth and death, the eye is very much instrumental in getting the knowledge of all the objective factors. But if one has to follow the logic of the viewer and visible, the finite soul will not have either the birth or death. So, one has to be devoid of fear, cruelty, and instability. He must be enlightened, qualified by target, devoid of association, and behave without attachment to the body and mind. In the illusory world, with a commitment to the harmonious attachment and integral vision. Kapila continued, the householders are committed to regular rituals, worship of ancestors, cling after the Purusharthas, and try to achieve them, but they are all devoid of the cognizance of the divine law and devotion of Supreme. They are all desirous of having something. They reach the lunar plane through smoke, and after enjoying the merits, they return back to the terrestrial plane to have a rebirth. When Lord Hari is in Yoga Nidra, the universe and cosmic identities are devoid of function and existence even. The wise address such a state of Supreme Self with the devotional construct, being devoid of all actions and associations, and integrate themselves with the Supreme Self, attaining inner purification. They do not have self or attachment. They integrate with the prowess of birth, survival, and death, being endowed with the divine glory, integral character, which functions as the plenum and presents himself beyond time and space, and gracing all as Purushottama. Such people cannot have rebirth at all. Those who are with Hiranyagarbha contemplate on him till the deluge, when the disintegrated nature as ego, intellect, mind, senses, organs, and elements gets itself integrated. The souls in the celestial plane get integrated with the Supreme Self, the primordial. One has to take rescue with that all-pervading, pure, blissful, monistic force. The same force manifests as the series of saints, siddhas, gods, as a potential force to be worshipped by the moving and non-moving species. That supreme power takes birth in different times and makes the rishis and gods to officiate distinctive positions, and they will be repeatedly born. Some of the others are involved in the daily and occasionally ritualistic activities as per the impact of karma. Such people worship only the ancestors and are not deprived of the impact of desires or senses. They are all reluctant about the supreme entity. They are called as Traivargika Purushas after Dharma, Artha, and Kama. Most of the people are unwise and lending their ear to the ignominable aspects, ignoring the great qualities of the empowering supreme identity and his divine glory. It is like opting an excretion for the healthy and spicy foods. Those people who reach the ancestral plane return back and take birth as progeny to their children and experience the synchronistic aspect of karma. Hence, O lady, be mindful of all the facts and serve the Supreme Self to be liberated from the bondage of the birth and death cycle. Kapila told Devahuti, O mother, the devotional harmony targeted at Vasudeva leads to the empowerment of realizing the Brahman. It provides detachment and true knowledge. The chitta controlled by the devotion can be equal to all the functions of bio-consciousness. It neither hates nor opts for the purusharthas. It is disassociated and visualizes everything equally. It has no feeling to give up or to claim. Even though the Parabrahma, Paramatma, Ishvara, the Supreme Self, is of integral form, appears to be disintegrated as the viewer and visible. This is what a yogi realizes through an integral vision. The Brahman, which cannot be given up, takes the form of sound due to illusion, even though the same is true knowledge, devoid of the association of senses. The process of disintegration can be found as ahankara becoming as three types due to the qualities, becoming as five as the elements, becoming 11 as the sense organs. Virat, the living consciousness, appears like an egg in the cycle of birth and death. One who has committed for yoga with faith and devotion can only visualize getting integrated. Your purity makes me to unveil all these facts. The Jnana Yoga, which proposes the Supreme Self without qualities, and Bhakti Yoga are one and the same. As the senses receive the same object differently, Brahman is also understood and visualized distinctively and differently. The knowledge of the Shastras, the performance of sacrifices, ceremonial baths, penance, chanting of mantras, Vedic knowledge, yogic path, and donations cannot help to have him realized. The path of devotion is fourfolded as understanding the senses, renunciation of all the actions, getting detached and disassociated, and realizing the self. The Supreme Self can take any physical manifestation as it likes. It is in the form of birth and death. The finite soul, controlled by ignorance, functions in a multiple way. The finite soul associates with the mass and ignores the functions of the Supreme Self. This knowledge is such a secret that it cannot be revealed to all the people of low origin, immorality, inertness, bad character, vanity, committed to senses, attached to the celestial attributes, devoid of devotion, and qualified by hatred towards the devotees of Vishnu. This can be revealed to the faithful, devoted, pure, devoid of enviousness, qualified by equality of living, interested in service, not interested in the material benefits, calm without coercion, with purified inner self, loving the devotees, away from the other women, and who are having no desire at all. This entire sermon promotes merit for those who hear and are committed to Vishnu. After hearing the sermon, Devahuti praised Narayana, manifest in the form of Kapila, offered thanks for the divine grace of unveiling the secrets. She was blessed by Kapila, and she gets herself detached from all and gets involved in Sankhya Yoga with devotion and reaches this realm of Supreme Self. This entire story of Devahuti and Kapila is narrated by Maitreya to Vidura, and the same is told by Suta to the rishis like Shaunaka in the Naimisha forest. This is a pious and sacred narrative of the incarnation of Narayana as Kapila. Mystic genealogy. It is very, very important to know about the mystic genealogy. The entire creation has been started with a Manu called Swayambhu. He has married a woman called Shatarupa. From them they have 3 female children and 2 male children. The female children are Akuti, Devahuti and Prasuti, and the male children are called to be Priyavrata and Uttanapada. And this is giving a great lineage for the development of the creation. Akuti married Ruchi Prajapati, and for them they have 3 sons. One is called as Srijana, Sriyajna, and a daughter Dakshina. Sriyajna married Dakshina, and Sriyajna got through Dakshina 12 children, namely Tosha, Pratosha, Santosha, Bhadra, Shanti, Nidaspati, Vidma, Kavi, Vibhu, Vanhi, Sudeva, and Rochana. This is very interesting to know that this is a great lineage wherein Sriyajna is said to be the incarnation of Lord Vishnu, and Devahuti married Kardama. For them they had a great son, Kapila, who is the incarnation of Narayana. And besides, there were 9 female children. and let us try to have their progeny. Kala married Marichi. Through Kala, Marichi got Kashyapa, the son, and another daughter, Purnima. That Purnima is subsequently known as Ganga. She got a daughter Devakulya and a son called as Viraja. The second daughter is Anasuya. Anasuya married Atri, who has directly born from the eyes of Brahma. And they got 3 children. One is called as Chandra or moon, another is Dattatreya, and another is Durvasa. These 3 are born with the grace of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva respectively. The third daughter is Shraddha. She married Angirasa. They have 4 daughters, Sinivali, Guhu, Raka and Sumati. Angirasa through Shraddha had 2 sons. One is called as Suchatsha, another is called as Bruhaspati. Fourth daughter is Havirbhuk. She married Pulascha and they got 2 sons. One is Agastya and another is Vishravasu. Agastya married Lopamudra. Vishravasu married 2 wives. One is called as Ilabila and another is Kaikasi. Ilabila is the daughter of Bharadvaja. Through Ilabila, Vishravas got Kubera. Kaikasi gave birth to 3 male children, Ravana, Kumbhakarna and Vibhishana. The 5th daughter of Kardama Prajapati through Devahuti is Gati. She married Pulaha. They have given birth to 4 children, Karma, Shrestha, Variyamsa and Sahishnu. The 6th daughter is Kriya. She married Kratu. For them are born what are called as Valakilyas. The 7th daughter is Arundhati. She is also called as Urja. She married Vasishtha. For them they had Chitraketu, Sarochi, Viraja, Mitra, Ulbana, Vasubhrujjana and Jumanta. These are all 7 rishis. Vasishtha also had another wife. Through that wife he got Shakti and other children. The 8th daughter is Shanti. She is also known as Chitti. She married Atharva. Through them they got 2 children. One is Dhrutivrata and another is Dadhyancha. Dadhyancha is said to be horse-faced. The 9th daughter is Khyati. Khyati is given in marriage to Bhrugu. They have 2 sons. One is Dhata, another is Vidhata. They have also have a daughter called Shri. Dhata and Vidhata married respectively the daughters of Meru. Dhata married Yayati. Vidhata married Niyati. Dhata got through Yayati a person called Murkanda. His son is Markandeya. And Niyati gave birth to Prana. Through him they got Vedashira. Bhrigu also married another woman called Ushana. They gave birth to Kavi. He is also called as Shukra, the teacher of the Rakshasas or Bhargava. Daksha has married Prasuti, the daughter of Swayambhu. They have 16 daughters. Of them, Dharma was given in marriage with 13 daughters. Shraddha, Maitri, Daya, Shanti, Tushti, Pushti, Priya, Unnati, Buddhi, Medha, Titiksha, Hri and Murti. And they got respectively, Shraddha gave birth to Shruta, Maitri gave birth to Prasada, Daya gave birth to Abhaya, Shanti gave birth to Sukha, Tushti gave birth to Buddha, Pushti gave birth to Smaya, Kriya gave birth to Yoga, Unnati gave birth to Darpa, Buddhi gave birth to Artha, Medha gave birth to Smrti, Titiksha gave birth to Kshema, Hri gave birth to Prashraya, and Murti gave birth to Nara and Narayana. And another daughter, Swaha, is given in marriage to fire or Agni. They got three sons. One is called as Pavaka, Pavamana, and Shuchi. They have 29 variants of fire and 49 variants of sacrificial fires. Of them, 5 are important: Agrishvat, Barhishad, Saumya, Pata, Ajapa, Sagni, and Niragni. There is another daughter who is called as Swadha. She is given in marriage to Pitru. They got 2 daughters. One is called as Vayuna and another is Dharini. They are all said to be the Brahmanishthas. That means they are all totally engaged in the harmony with the Brahman. Another daughter of Daksha through Prasuti, called as Sati, he is given in marriage to Abhava. The relationship between Sati and Abhava is very much happy, but at the same time there was a problem with Daksha and Abhava through Sati. It had led for a great change in the creation. In this way, the children of Swayambho Manu through Shatarupa, the daughters, namely Akuti, Devahuti, and Prasuti, they had an expanded genealogy which will be speaking for the development of different races. The destruction of the sacrifice of Daksha. This is a great story narrated by Maitreya to Vidura. Daksha was the son-in-law of Swayambho Manu. He is the husband of Prasuti, one of the daughters of Swayambho Manu through Shatarupa. Daksha has given in marriage all his daughters, and one is Sati. She got married to Shiva. Once Lord Brahma has performed so much sacrifices. For attending the particular sacrifices, many people have gone. Along with them, Shiva, Vishnu, and other people have also witnessed the sacrifice. By that time, Daksha has attended the courtyard of the sacrifice. All people have stood up, and then they have respected Daksha. They praised the greatness of Daksha. Daksha got himself very much joyous of their praise, but he has found only one person, that is Shiva. He could not tolerate that his son-in-law did not stand up and render his respect. Immediately, he has started speaking against Shiva. You are always not having any activity. You are not having any respect. You are the boundless. You are lunatic. You are after the lunacy. You are not having any wear. You are naked. You are surrounded by the bhutas and pretas. You are the hero for all the bhutas, which are representing of the tamasic quality. You are always covered by the bhuti, and you are wearing the bones, and you are impure, and you are ugra, that means terrific, and you are not having a pure heart, and irrespective of that, you are called as Shiva. How it has come? You are not auspicious at all. You are so much inauspicious. After knowing all these things also, I have given my daughter in marriage to you, as Veda is given to a Shudra. In such a situation, Daksha got much purified. Shiva did not respond anything. Daksha immediately cursed Shiva that let Shiva be not having any part in the sacrifices on the earth. Shiva did not react at all, because what Daksha has told is very much correct. He is boundless. He is lunatic. He is beyond the Vedas. The Vedas could not claim his greatness, but it is not tolerated by Nandi, who is the ardent follower of Shiva. Immediately, Nandi has cursed Daksha that his body will be destroyed and he will be soon taking the face of a goat. It is not tolerated by Bhrigu, and Bhrigu immediately had responded against Nandi, and he cursed all the followers of Shiva to become the Pashandas. This particular approach of rebuking each other has destroyed the entire sacrifice. Everybody has got to his place. Subsequently, once Daksha has performed a great sacrifice, as Daksha is not having any interest in Shiva. He has not invited Shiva. All the children of Daksha are going to the sacrifice. Sati is also sitting beside Shiva on the Kailasa mountain, and both were speaking together. And Sati requested Shiva, I want to witness the sacrifice being performed by my father. All my daughters are going, and I have not met my sisters. It is the time for me to go to the parents' house, and even though I was not called for, I can go to my parents' house, as generally the people will go without invitation to the house of the king, to the house of the guru, to the house of the god, and to the house of the father. I will also go to my father's house. Then immediately Shiva has told, Daksha is against me. He is not in favor of me. In such a situation, he will be disrespected. It is my advice not to go to the house of your father, even though he is your father, even though he is performing a sacrifice. There is a gulf of difference between Daksha and myself. I advise you not to go. But Sati has pleaded, requested, and immediately Sati was allowed to go, and Nandikeshwara has followed the entire situation. And Sati was followed by Nandi. She entered the palace of Daksha, where the sacrifice is taking place. Most of the people have not given any respect to Sati, and she was ill-treated. She could not tolerate that ill-treatment. Then immediately she had thundered at Daksha that you are really a fool. You could not understand the greatness of Shiva. Shiva cannot be understood by the Vedas. That is why Vedas could not have any voice to describe Shiva. He is beyond the knowledge. He is the knowledge of the knowledge. He is the truth of the truth. He is beyond the time. He is beyond the qualities. He is beyond all the great things what you think of. He is always beyond the senses. He is always transcendental. In such a situation, how can you think that all the people are equal to Shiva? All these people are very much far below the level of Shiva, who is my husband. You have cursed Shiva not to have any share in the sacrifices. It is actually a mistake committed by you. Even then, my husband is very much kind enough to tolerate all your rebukes, and he has accepted your greatness that you could not understand. I am not at all to accept your greatness. You have done a very foolish thing. You are to be redeemed of that particular foolishness. Otherwise, there will be more problem for you. I am very much worried to be called as your daughter. I cannot live this mortal body because you have not insulted me. You have insulted my better half, who is the husband, not only myself, but he is the ruler of the entire earth, entire universe, entire cosmos. Every human being, every creature is very much running after the grace of Lord Shiva. In such a situation, we have cursed him. I could not tolerate. And immediately she has got herself reduced to ashes by Yogagni. Then immediately Nandikeshwara and his group of people, they could not tolerate it, and they have tried to destroy the Devas. Then immediately they have invited Lord Vishnu, and they have praised Lord Vishnu to destroy the followers of Shiva. The chakra of Shiva and the weapons of all the other gods, they have subsided the power of prowess of the followers of Shiva. Then immediately Shiva was informed of the situation. Shiva has taken up a piece of his hair and hit it against the earth. Then immediately therefrom evolved the great Veerabhadra. His laugh was a thunder, his move was an earthquake, and he was having a great shola with him. And he was advised by Lord Shiva to go to the sacrifice of Daksha and destroy him. And immediately Veerabhadra has gone to that place, and he has totally destroyed all the Devas. He has broken the teeth of Lord Sun. He has taken off the mustaches of Bhrigu, and all the other people were totally insulted. The entire sacrifice was destroyed. In such a situation, Bhrigu was very much feared. Lord Sun was also very much shivering. The Devas could not do anything before the greatness of, the chivalry of, the prowess of, the victorious aggression of, the defense of Veerabhadra. In such a situation, Prasuti, the wife of Daksha, has praised Veerabhadra, and also she has praised all the lords. As a result, the head of a goat is given to Daksha, and immediately Daksha has woken up and he has understood his faults and he has praised Veerabhadra and others also. I understand that Shiva is great, but this mortal body could not make me to understand the greatness of Shiva. How I can be very much powerful without the greatness of Shiva? I considered him only as my son-in-law, but I could not understand that I have become a Prajapati only due to the grace of Lord Shiva. I have forgotten it totally. That same illusion had made me to be away from the grace of Lord Shiva. It had made me to rebuke Lord Shiva. But Lord Shiva was patient enough, kind enough to accept all my rebukes, and he respected my formal identity as his father-in-law. But I could not recognize him. He is boundless. He is extreme. He is the knowledge of the knowledge, truth of the truth. He is beyond the time. He is the transcendental. I request Lord Shiva to praise me, to rescue me. As a result of that particular thing, Lord Shiva has provided a rescue and Daksha was saved. This is the great story of the destruction of the sacrifice of Daksha, and it is speaking that Vedas are not in a position to understand Shiva, and that is why Shiva is not mentioned in the Vedas, and he is beyond the Vedic knowledge. All types of other things are only avidya. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Knowledge, devotion, and realization. All the spiritual activity in the universal development has been concentrating on the three major aspects of the knowledge, devotion, and realization. They are all appearing to be very, very lucid terms or simple terms, but at the same time, they are very much complicated. What we understand, knowledge, is not the true knowledge. What we understand as devotion is not the true devotion. What we understand as realization is not the true realization. In such a situation, how to identify this trio? It's a very great problem in the history and culture of the human beings. The human beings are always thinking that they are carried away by a split of the emotions, by the psychosomatic activity, by the impact of the dispositions, they themselves being the modifications of the universe. They are thinking that they are totally separated from the ultimate, the integral, the eternal, the transcendental unit. And that is why the human being intellectually tried to search for a solution, and he had named a problem as the Maya or the illusion. It is understood as the forgetfulness. This particular concept is the key in understanding that he has forgotten something. What he has forgotten? He has forgotten the same fact that he is the God, he is the supreme, he is the ultimate, he is the infinite. And he is always thinking after a particular point that he is only the finite. He is only bound by the time and the cycle of the birth and the death. In such a situation, a quest has been carried out how to solve this puzzle. As we understand, a second is an integral unit, an hour is an integral unit, a day is an integral unit, the entire time is an integral unit, the creation is an integral unit. unless we distinguish somewhat which is disintegrated, unless we distinguish somewhat which is separated, which is called as Vaidharmya, which has lost its Sadharmya or the identity with the supremacy, we are not in a position to establish so many facts relating the knowledge, devotion, and realization. Knowledge is a process of knowing through the senses. Sensory knowledge is not the true knowledge because it is carried away by the impact of the multiples. It is identified that yadrishyam tannashyam. Whatever we see is always liable for a change. It is liable for destruction, demolition, and that is why it is not the truth. It is called as the asat. And there was a quest to find out something. What is sat? In this way, the knowledge has taken a turn. There another question has come. The knowledge can be understood only through questioning who is observing, who is knowing. Then the answer is the self. That particular self is called as the I. This I-ness is termed to be ego, egoistic, egotism, and in a variety of ways. All these things have given rise to a particular state of attempting for the absence of I or the self. They have theorized traditionally that the finite self must be merged with the infinite. The finite self is named as Atma and the infinite is actually Paramatma. If we find out the things which are described in some of the scriptures and some of the sermons of the great people who are said to be the realized, there is no finite self at all. Everything is infinite. In such a situation, how to remove the infinite? It's a basic question. And there are some methods which are identified and followed. And one of them is what is called as the silence. And the lower stage to the silence can be found in meditation. Integrate the mind in meditation. Go for the silence. Cross the pranava. It is a formula which has been adopted in the Indian subcontinent since a long time. They are considered to be the path for having true knowledge and also true devotion. A meditated soul only can be silent. When silence is there, it will not be disintegrated. It will be totally integrated. Such a type of practice is considered to be very, very important and very, very significant for the concept of realization. Realization is said to be the supreme. What to be realized? Why to be realized? And how to be realized? These are all many questions addressed and found out with the personal experience of different seers, different sages, different styles throughout the world. It is a universal exercise throughout the human being, throughout the human culture, throughout the human life. Every day, this exercise is going on. Infinite to be integrated with the infinite. The second to be merged in the hour. The hour to be merged in the day. The day to be merged in the year. In this way, it's a total process of merging the finite and the infinite. It is not done voluntarily. It's an involuntary expression. On the other hand, all the religious systems, all the yoga systems, all the so-called practices of meditation and silence, they are all voluntary methods. And that is why they are found to be not much more useful. Why? Because an infinity is involuntary. It is all pervading. It is all penetrating. It is supreme. It is integral. In such a situation, the so-called finite is also everything time integral. At every stage it is integral only. And how an integral can be merged with the integral? An infinite phenomena cannot be made infinite again. We are imposing the finite identities on the visible and the audible universe. This is a problem throughout the world, not only in the world, throughout the universe. In every hour of the day-to-day life, every person is facing the problem of integration. Unless you are integrated, you cannot become realized. The knowledge makes you to know everything which is seen and visible, which is heard and audible, which is touch and feelable. But beyond all these particular psychosomatic identities, there is a transcendental knowledge that is said to be the true knowledge. Samyak Jnana, how the Buddhists have identified, it can be achieved only through shutting down what is called as the self, that is called as Niraham Pravritti. That particular Niraham Pravritti will be making a person, in order to reach the Supreme, in order to understand the Supreme, in order to realize the Supreme. There are three stages according to Vedadri Maharshi. One is faith, and another is understanding, and another is realization. The faith, understanding, and realization function together like the meditation, silence, and realization. One must be having the total realization, and that is the life, that is the force, that is the function of every identity. So, let us try to reach the stage of the realization. It cannot be achieved through a life effort. It requires so many things. But yet, realization is the salvation, solution for so many problems in the human life. It can be achieved only with two methods. One is meditation and another is silence. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. The concept of avatara in Bhagavata. It is very, very interesting to note that Bhagavata represents the divine glory of the Supreme Power, who is called as Narayana. The very word Narayana indicates very clearly that one who stays in the knowledge. Nara means knowledge, Ayana means travels. He travels through the knowledge, for the knowledge, by the knowledge, and in the knowledge. And that is why he is called as Narayana. The Bhagavata is having the theme of so many incarnations. There are 22 incarnations which are said to be very, very important for Narayana. In the same way, 10 incarnations are considered to be very, very important. Of them, we can see the incarnation of the Matsya or fish, the tortoise or Kurma, the boar or Varaha, the lion man or Narasimha, and the short man called Vamana, and then the Parashurama, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki. These avatars or the incarnations are considered to be very, very significant in their own way. Why they are essential at all? How to understand the module of avatara in the theme of Bhagavata? Bhagavata has no hero at all, as in Ramayana or in Mahabharata. In Mahabharata, Lord Krishna is said to be the hero of Mahabharata. In the same way, in the theme of Ramayana, Lord Rama is considered to be the theme of Ramayana. But in Bhagavata, there is no hero at all. Why? What is the importance of Bhagavata there? Or what is the importance of Incarnation there? It is speaking of three important things. The vacuum gets itself transformed into cosmic consciousness, and the cosmic consciousness gives rise to the what is called as the mass, and as a result of that particular mass, the cosmic consciousness gets refracted and it will be functioning as bio-consciousness in all the living beings, and it is a process of descending consciousness. That descending consciousness from cosmic consciousness to bio-consciousness is generally called as avatara. This avatara is a part of the order of function of the nature. It is very, very important. As the spider will be having its own web made around itself from the nucleus, in the same way, from the anu or the paramanu or the atom, the entire universe forms as a total mass. It is like the spider's web, and which is not quantifiable or qualifiable. It is beyond the qualities and quantities, beyond the sound, light, heat, and beyond Omkara also. And that is why that particular place of origin or the point of origin is said to be the gravity of the gravity by some of the important people, and at the same time it is understood to be the grand vacuum. That grand vacuum is the mother of all the universe. Bhagavata very clearly says, when the entire world is not there, members of the world are not there, rulers of the world are all not there, when all the worlds are totally dissolved, then immediately there is a dense darkness, and beyond that dense darkness there is a solitary force which will be functioning on its own, and it is pure, and it is the root for the so-called I. That particular Alakalanka Atmamula, how Bhagavata will be discussing, is the root cause for all these particular incarnations. That means, in a process of cosmic refraction and material conversion, this particular vacuum will be turning into energy, energy into consciousness, consciousness into action, action into the result of the suffering or something. This is the process in which we have to understand the cosmic provisions. These cosmic provisions must be understood as the theme of Bhagavata, and that is why all the incarnations are having a very major role in understanding the spirit behind Bhagavata. Bhagavata simply does not speak only about the tales of Narayana. It speaks about the greatness of the creation, the grandeur of the creation, the glory of the creation, the maximalization of the creation, and the minimalization of the creation. From the level of the molecule and atom to the level of the universe, the entire creation is spreading on its own like a spider's web. It is Bhagavata. And that is why Bhagavata will be promoting devotion towards that particular supreme power. It wants to make us to understand and know that jnana of that particular Bhagavata, and it will be creating a type of renunciation or vairagya towards the entire material spirit, and it will be giving to what is called as tattva. It will be making us to know the elements of the universe. This is the function of Bhagavata, and all these avatars are having their own role to play. For example, let us try to understand the concept of Matsya Avatara. What do you mean by the Matsya Avatara? Matsya means fish. It is indicated to be what is called as a fluid state. The fluid state is indicating to be an unreal fluid, which is said to be Akasha Drava in Vaisheshika Darshana, and that particular Akasha Drava is considered to be sexual vital fluid in the human bodies. It is the origin for Omkara, Akara, Ukara, Makara will be forming that particular Omkara. Omkara is the source of all the knowledge. The incarnation of fish indicates how from a cosmic fluid state the Omkara has come into existence. That is one of the important things. And then from that particular sound has become the mass. That mass is lifted up by the tortoise. That is, in the self-whirling motion of the universe, self-whirling motion of the atoms, self-whirling motion of the molecules, and that entire structure will be giving rise to a particular mass, and wherein that mass is lifted up in order to become a manifestation. That is the greatness of the avatar of tortoise. On the other hand, it is tried to be understood as a particular throttle manifestation with the dispositions. It is expressed through the boar or wild boar, and wherefrom the entire creation has been seen through the bio-consciousness. That bio-consciousness found in the flora, fauna, and all the human beings has been totally personified by what is called as Narasimhavatara. The greatness of the Narasimhavatara is that it is speaking about the 23 basic tattvas which are identified in the Sankhya philosophy joined by Prakriti and Purusha, totally 25 tattvas. So, that particular identity is totally found in the Narasimha Avatara, and that is why that particular consciousness or Chaitanya, which is found in the flora, fauna, and human beings, is considered to be the one. It is considered to be the supreme. It is considered to be the self. It is considered to be the trans self also. It is considered to be the visual also. That means the relationship between the visual, the self, and the trans self is identified through the link of the cosmic consciousness and the bio consciousness, which is expressed through the incarnation of Narasimha. And the incarnation of Vamana indicates that man is trying to understand the matter. The importance of the macrocosm is identified, and how this particular macrocosm and microcosm are interrelated is very much found in the avatara of Vamana, and subsequently in the avatars of Parashurama, Rama, and Krishna. Three important qualities have been identified, that Parashurama is said to be a Prajoguna, Rama is said to be Sattvaguna, and Krishna is said to be Gunatita. This is beyond the qualities. So, this is considered to be the significance of all these avatars, and they promote the devotion to the Supreme Self, devotion to the Avatara, devotion to the Dharma, devotion and commitment to the transcendental Self. That particular idea is very, very important in understanding the greatness of the Incarnation, and that is why Bhagavata is a treasure trove of different incarnations. We cannot know how many incarnations the God has taken place, but they are all speaking of the functioning of the order of nature, and at the same time the functioning of the cosmic consciousness through a refractive phenomena into bio-consciousness, and the manifestation of the bio-consciousness can be seen in what we call as the avatara. Thus, avatara means a medium for understanding a cosmic devotion, a medium for understanding the cosmic knowledge, a medium for integrating with the cosmic scenario and the cosmic grand vacuum. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Some aspects of Krishna in Bhagavata. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Januramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. When we refer to Bhagavata, the greatest and most attractive personalities can be found in Lord Krishna. How we have to understand the aspects of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavata tradition? How can we have to identify him with the concept of Narayana Tattva and also the concept of Vasudeva Tattva? Because Krishna himself is considered to be one of the most sacred secrets of the Indian Vedic lore, and at the same time, Krishna is considered to be one of the most famous personalities which ever had been produced in the Indian Itihasas and mystic lore. Who is this Krishna? How to understand Krishna? The verse what I have identified, Vasudeva Sutam Devam, Kamsa Januramardanam, Devaki Paramanandam, Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. He is the son of Vasudeva. He has destroyed Kamsa and Chanura. He has crossed Bis to Devaki, and I will bow my head to Jagadguru. Krishna is the only person who is considered to be Jagadguru in the Dwapara Yuga. It has been told in one of the traditions related with Dattatreya that Yadu, one of the ancestors of Lord Krishna, he has praised the Dattavadhuta, and he has told that he will be taking birth as Lord Krishna in his family. So Dattathreya's incarnation can be understood in Krishna as a Shyama Kamala Lochana. But the very identity of Dattatreya is not accepted in some of the Indian traditions. Even though Datta was considered to be the son of Anasuya and Atri and the grandson of Devahuti and Kardama Prajapati. Keeping it aside, we can understand Krishna in terms of Bhagavata tradition. And there was one famous tradition called as Vasudeva cult, existing in 2nd century BC. And that particular Vasudeva cult has been adopted by most of the people. And what is the concept of Vasudeva cult? Vasudeva cult is very much related with the Omkara. Akara, Ukara, Makara, Chaturtha Tanmatra. These 4 syllables have a relationship with Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Sankarshana and Vasudeva. Vasudeva indicates the 4th state of consciousness, and that is why Krishna can be understood as self-suppressive surrounding pressure force in the atomic and molecular level, and also in the subatomic level, which cannot be understood by or audibly identified by or visibly accepted by the human or living beings. And that is why the concept of Vasudeva is very much dark. It is not known. It is said to be the previous and primordial Asat. This particular concept of Krishna is told in Bhagavata as a Krishna Moolamu. That means the entire theme of Bhagavata is having the root of Krishna. The word Krishna means darkness. That darkness indicates which is not visible, which is unmanifest. That means Krishna represents the unmanifest state of the consciousness. It is the 4th dimension which cannot be identified either by linear or vector approaches which are mathematically accepted. He is beyond the count, and that is why the famous Jillallamudi Amma, the mother of all, she calls as Krishna. He is beyond calculation. He is beyond manifestation. And what is this Krishna? And there are 2 important Upanishads belonging to Atharvana Veda, which are very much interestingly speaking about the Upasana methods of Lord Krishna. And one is called as Purvatapin Upanishad and another is Uttaratapin Upanishad. These 2 things deal with Govinda. Krishna is also called as Govinda. There are 24 Vyuhamurtis according to the Vaishnavite tradition. Those Vyuhamurtis end with the concept of Krishna. They start with Keshava. Keshava, Narayana, Madhava, Govinda, Madhusudana. In this way, the 24 names are identified. There are 24 arrays which are cosmically identified. Krishna is speaking about the secrets of the universe, himself being the secret of the secrets, and that is why he is considered to be the most attractive identities in the Bhagavata tradition. Here, some of the major aspects can be referred to Lord Krishna. He is called as Jagat Guru. What do you mean by that? The very concept of Guru has been told, Sa esha purveshamapi guru kalena anavachhedat. This is the definition given to Guru in Patanjali Yoga Sutras. He identifies that Guru cannot be separately identified, and he is beyond the classification or segmentation of the time. He is being and beyond nothing. That is the concept of Guru. He is primordial, transcendental. He is Jagat Guru. Jagat Guru indicates that particular compound, Jagat plus Guru, wherein he is the Jagat, he is the Guru. He is the reason for the birth, he is the reason for the death, he is the reason for the survival. So he is Jagat. At the same time, he is beyond the birth, beyond the survival, and beyond the death. That is why he is Guru. So Lord Krishna is an unmanifest, transcendental, cosmic, esoteric identity which cannot be understood. But Krishna has been understood to be an Upasana deity, and most of the traditions are rallying around Lord Krishna. Of them, some important traditions must be examined. One is the concept of Radha Krishna Tattva. Radha and Krishna is considered to be very, very significant and important, and this is considered to be a trans-respiratory identity. Radha. She is the trans-intellectual identity. That means the cosmic consciousness has been shared by Radha and Krishna. It is one of the identities belonging to the Sankhya philosophy of Ardhanarishwara Tattva. And another important concept can be seen in Venugopala Tattva, wherein Venugopala indicates the commanding force of the Kundalini, and he is also called as Gopala. Go indicates the senses or the sense organs. He will be the Lord of the control of the sense organs. Thus, Lord Krishna represents so much esotericism which cannot be technically identified, but which has a very much importance in the Bhagavata tradition. And Lord Krishna is considered to be Gitacharya, and he is the prophet of Gita, and also he is considered to be Jagat Guru. Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Symbolic appreciation of the themes of Bhagavata. When we want to understand Bhagavata as a development of the soul and the union with the Supreme Self, we can totally have a special understanding of the symbolism that has been explained in the classic text of Bhagavata. Generally, when we try to understand Bhagavata, we take to the idea of Lord Krishna and also Gopikas as the nucleus subject of Bhagavata. Even though Bhagavata is discussing many avatars of Narayana in detail and also in brief, the predominance of the avatar of Krishna is very, very important. And the symbolism of Krishna and the symbolism of his approach towards the creation and the created is of much interest. And the institutions like ISKCON in the modern world, they are appreciating Lord Krishna like anything. In the same way, we can see the famous saints like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who worked against Lord Krishna and his philosophy. Is there a symbolism in understanding Lord Krishna? It is one of the most important aspects, because Krishna himself is considered to be Jagat Guru. He is also considered to be a manifestation of the unmanifest force. Krishna is having an interrelationship with the nature and the forces and sources of the nature. And Krishna is said to be the Purushottama. He is the nucleus of the devotional theme, and much of the Vaishnava tradition, particularly told by the Pushti Marga of Vallabhacharya and subsequently that of Nimbarkacharya, they are all rallying around the themes of Lord Krishna. Who is this Lord Krishna? Lord Krishna, according to one version, represents the black hair of Narayana, and Balarama represents the white hair of Narayana. That means it is simply like a hair split dimension of the Supreme Force which had taken as incarnation. And Krishna's incarnation is having a very vital role in three important dimensions. The first dimension is found in the childhood he had spent in the Gokula, and all his activities are very much related with the Gokula. In the immediate next stage, you can see Krishna throning Ugrasena after killing Kamsa, and he will be supporting the Yadu, Vrishni, Bhoja, and other groups. And he is associated with the subjects of the lunar family, and also they are very much appreciably to be understood and identified that Lord Krishna is the crest jewel among all the princes of the lunar family. In such a situation, it appears to be only terrestrial, but the celestial dimension of Lord Krishna, devotional dimension of Lord Krishna, are very much appreciable through the symbolism. Krishna had taught Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna and also Uddhava Gita to his close friend Uddhava. And Krishna had married 8 wives like Rukmini, Jambavati, Satyabhama, Bhadra, Lakshana. All these 8 wives of Lord Krishna are having a symbolism. And the very concept of Lord Krishna is generally discussed in detail in the Gopala Purva Tapini Upanishad and Gopala Uttara Tapini Upanishad of Atharva Veda. There, Krishna is considered to be an Upasya Daiva, that means a personal deity. What is the greatness of this Lord Krishna? He is beyond Sankhya, he is beyond Taraka, he is beyond Amanaska, and he is said to be a Paripurana Avatara, a perfect Avatara, an integral force of the Avatara. He is beyond all the qualities. He is called as Govinda. Gokula and Govinda are having a very important dimensions. Go does not mean cow only. It means the senses. He has controlled the senses. And Nanda and Yashoda are indicative of the terrestrial and celestial consciousness of the senses. And here, Gokula is having a very vital and important place in the symbolism of Lord Krishna. And also the concept of Gopikas is considered to be very, very important. The Brahmara Gitas, Uddhava Gita, which are recorded in the Dashima Skandha of Bhagavata, are playing a very, very important role in depicting the personality of the Gopikas. Who are these Gopikas? They are said to be the cosmic expansion of the force of the Lord Krishna, and he is said to be dallying with them, and it is called as Rasa Krida. The concept of Rasa Krida and the concept of Gopikas and Krishna ascending a tree called Parna tree, they are all having a very important symbolism, wherein Lord Krishna is beyond the sensory identities, beyond the celestial identities. He is totally transcendental. And the Gopikas are the followers of the path of the Supreme Consciousness, and they have surrendered themselves. It is said to be a devotional consciousness, isolating one's own self for the benefit of the supreme devotion. It is called as Ekantika Bhakti. It has been mentioned in Bhagavata that Japa, Dana, Vrata, Homa, Samyama, Tapasvajhaya Mukhyambulan, Nipunul Koriyu, Yevibhun Kanakagaleru. That means those people who are adepts in Japa, Homa, Tapas, Svadhyaya, they cannot reach Lord Krishna. But only the Gopikas could reach him. Because Gopikas are the divine array of Lord Krishna. And the nucleus of that particular divine array is found in Radha. And its iconographic expression is seen in Venugopala Tattva. So the philosophy of Venugopala is controlling the bio-terrestrial force, which is called as Kundalini. And this particular Venu is symbol for the 6 chakras which are present in the body. And when they are filled with air through pranayama, he can reach the state of the Brahman, Nirguna Brahma. So that is the philosophy behind the concept of Venugopala and the Gopikas. They are also speaking about an important devotional approach. That devotional approach is considered to be very important because it speaks about a secluded devotion. It's an affiliation, sacrificing all the relationships, psychological, physiological, sociological, and beyond all these things of relationships and network, and integrating with the nucleus force is the basic symbolism in the devotion of Bhagavata, and that has been very much seen in the Gopikas. And that is why the interrelationship between the Gopikas and Lord Krishna is considered to be the crest jewel in the themes of Bhagavata, and it represents the transcendental consciousness which can be seen as the very much symbolic functioning of Bhagavata theme. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. Philosophy of Rama. Among the incarnations of Narayana, the incarnation of Rama, the son of Dasharatha, is considered to be very, very important. Rama has been told as Taraka Brahma, and the significance of the philosophy of Rama is very much knowledgeable and has been acknowledged by many sages and saints. There were many famous followers of the philosophy of Rama. The major source for understanding the philosophy of Rama can be found in Ramayana text written by Valmiki. It is said to be the Adi Kavya, or the first poetic piece, and subsequently different Ramayana versions have come into existence, wherein Ramayana of Tulasidas, called as Ramacharita written in Hindi, has gained more currency. But actually, in case of the practice of the Rama and the philosophy of Rama, there are some more sources which must be taken into consideration. One is Adhyatma Ramayana. This has been told to be a discussion between Uma and Maheshwara mentioned in Brahmanda Purana. The same Brahmanda Purana also mentions Lalita Sahasranama Statra as a discussion between Agastya and Hayagriva. This particular Rama, as a Upasya Daita or the tutelary deity or personal deity, has been accepted throughout the world differently and distinctively, and Rama is one of the universal deities, and his philosophy and the name of Rama are considered to be of great significance. There are 4 Upanishads which are discussing about the philosophy of Rama and the tattva of Rama and Sita. One is Sri Rama Rahasya Upanishad, another is Sri Rama Purva Tapinya Upanishad, another is Sri Rama Uttara Tapinya Upanishad, another is Sita Upanishad. All these Upanishads are throwing a major light on the concept of Rama and philosophy of Rama. How we have to understand Rama? There is a moral explanation for Rama, there is a Vedantic explanation for Rama, and there is a cosmic explanation for Rama. Let us try to understand these particular aspects. The moral explanation for Rama has been told that Rama Vigrahavan Dharmaha. This is very much accepted adage. Rama is the personification of the order of function of the nature. The word dharma is resultant of the root dhru dharane, which will be wearing. That is what is called as dharma. Which is born and which is bearing is called as the dharma. And Rama is said to be Rama Vigrahavan Dharmaha. That means he is the personification of the dharma. And Ramayati iti Ramaha. The very word Rama has derived from the root Ramane, which will be encircling. This particular Rama is considered to be very, very significantly explained in the Adhyatma Ramayana. There is a discussion between Sita and Anjaneya, wherein Sita is asked by Rama to explain the characteristic features of Rama. Then Sita explains who is this Rama and what is this Rama. And she basically says, Ramam Vidhi Param Brahma. This is a Vedantic explanation, but it is the keystone for understanding the Sankhya philosophy. He is the Param Brahma. He is the supreme bearing force, holding force. The entire universe is held by a particular force which will be self-surrounding. That is called as Rama. And that Rama is described very categorically. Ramo nagacchati, natisthati, nanushochati, akankshate, chejati, nona karoti kinchit, anandamurtihi, achalaha, parinamahinaha, maya gunanugato hi tatha vibhati. When we translate this verse into English, Ramo nagacchati, Rama never moves away from the nucleus area. Natisthati, he never stands, he appears to be dynamic. Nanu shochati, he never weeps or never has any pressure on him. Akankshate, he is not attracted by anything, he is not having any repulsive force. Chejati, he cannot leave anything. Nona karoti kinchit, he has no action at all, he is always passive. Anandamurtihi, he is the performance of purification of Ananda or the divine bliss. Achalaha, he is the static force. Parinamahinaha, he has no change. Maya gunanagato hi tatha vibhati, he will be following the characters of Maya or the illusion. That means this entire illusionary world has been witnessed by Rama, and he is described in Adhyatma Ramayana. Omkara vachastvam Rama, vachama vishaya puman, vacha vachaka bhedena, bhavaneva jaganmayaha. In the praise made by Ahalya, he is told Omkara vachastvam Rama. He is the Omkara vacha, the concept of Ishvara, which has been told by Patanjali to be derived from the word Pranava or Om, is nothing but Rama. and that Rama is Vachya Vachaka Bhedena Bhavaneva Jaganmaya. He is the word and the meaning through which the entire universe is known. Rama is the index of the universe. Rama is the union of the universe. Rama is the harmony within the universe. Rama is the self-circling motion within the universe. And that particular Rama is very beautifully described and analyzed by a mother of all, of Jililamudi Amma, wherein Rama is a person who is having no virama. Virama means rest. It is not the restlessness what we feel. It is a continuous process. It's an unending process. It's a universal process. It is interrelationship between the nucleus and the energy. The nucleus is Shiva Tattva, the energy is Prakriti Tattva, and this is indicative of the Prakriti and Purusha Tattva of the Sankhya philosophy. And that is why Rama is very clearly indicative of the character of the Purusha, who is described as Pangu. Pangu means a lame person. A lame person cannot move away, and that particular lameness is indicated that Rama is the encircling force around the nucleus. If we try to understand the scientific explanation for the concept of Rama, it is an unending, continuous, self-suppressive surrounding pressure force around the nucleus. It moves around itself. It is the subject. It is the object. It is the action. It is the result. It is neither to lose. It is neither to gain. It is neither to wish. It is neither to remember. It is neither to forget. That is Rama. That is the greatness of Rama. And the Rama concept is taught to be that the name of Rama is equivalent to Om. The householders are always advised to go for the name of the Rama. And where from this name of Rama has been identified, it has been told in Rama Rahasya Upanishad. The word Ra is taken from the mantra Om Namo Narayanaya, and Ma is taken from Namah Shivaya. When Ra and Ma are put together, it will be making a person to be centripetal and never centrifugal. It will be intervening with the nucleus and surrounding the nucleus and dissolving within the nucleus. Thus, the philosophy of Rama is considered to be Taraka Tattva.